What is up? How you doing? Okay, I managed to do some things in between the two streams, but I got notified that price is moving, and it's always interesting, of course, to observe what price does together, as well as we have a bit of a move on volume, which also means that one of the scenarios that we spoke about in the previous update is now pretty much invalidated because we are at the 886 taken from this low to that high, which of course double 1-2 does not work there. And also for a wave 2 taking this low, right, this becomes very, very long now. So this is how probabilities are always changing, and that is also why I always love to provide multiple updates a day, because the chart moves. Lucas, how you doing? Interesting that we maybe drop out of the range, but only a 3% move. I know, right? The higher we go, the bigger the 1% becomes, no? The bigger the 1% becomes. Okay, so what we're gonna do, 1 second here. So let's quickly run through those few scenarios as well from earlier. We are currently at support, as you just saw, by the way, here, the white box, which is an important support resistance level that we have over here. And actually throughout the past couple of weeks, one can say, this has been very, very important. And you can see it better with the bigger range, which is the medium time frame range. I'm not sure if I accidentally, oh, there it is. So we are now at the value area high of that range, but you have this bigger support resistance area as well, right? So that is a very, very interesting. Of course, dropping below this blue box wouldn't be too great. We have a point of control here, and then we have this box here, 42k, 42.3k. But for now, we are at the value area high. That being said, let's run through some of these scenarios as well. Also, what are you doing to me? I already walked 7 kilometers. You always walk. Are you walking again now? Wait, you walked 7 kilometers in 1 hour just now? Yeah, I'm live again, yes. So recently I asked Discord as well as chat, or actually more chat actually on YouTube, like, hey, if price is moving, 1 second. If price is moving, and I usually upload at 7 a.m., 1 p.m., 7 p.m. and I go live usually at around one of these times. But I asked people like, hey, if price is moving, there's volume coming in, do you want me to be live? Do you think it's interesting to cover the price action, have a look together, see if things become more or less likely in probabilities? And the big answer was yes. So for that reason, my alarm went off when I was downstairs and doing some other stuff. And I checked the chart. And I was like, yeah, we got a bit of volume coming in, bit of a move to the downside. Can be fun to look at the chart together and see what the chart gives us before the weekend hits, no? So therefore, Aryan, welcome. Adil, welcome as well. What about the ABC from 27k to 49k? Was A now B towards? Yes, correct, Gabriel. C around 54k would be a high target, right, for the wave C. We can show that I can show that in a second as well. But we are in wave C territory already, right? So it's not 54k, that would be a higher target, of course. But you're already inside the wave C target area. So I am live again, indeed. Indeed. You can't get rid of me that easily. It's not how it works, I'm actually not even sure if you get notifications anymore because of my upload schedule and the streams, and there's only 3 notifications a day that people can get in a 24-hour period. But at least doesn't matter. Many people actually, like, most of the viewers, they see in Discord when I post in the content channel that I'm doing something, or they get a notification or something. Oh wow, so you had a solid pace, Lucas. That's long. No, that's like almost running. Start up now. Love your stream. Thanks for doing it. Pleasure, Jen. Welcome here as well. So with the move to the downside, right, we have pretty much that double 1-2 showed earlier, which was the idea of Stuba, which is a solid idea. Of course, it didn't really look too nice with an expanding diagonal in one, but it was a fun idea nonetheless. Pretty much invalidated if price takes this low, right? So let's have a look. That was basically this idea here, right? Now the problem for the bullish scenario is that now this wave 2 then has to move there. The problem here for a wave 2 is that it's very, very long compared to this wave 1. It's like 6, 7, 8 times longer now. 6 times longer, which is not what you like to see if price is going to take this low, which, you know, very high probability it will. Wave 2 is 6 times longer in length if we would look for an A, B, C, that is, right? But then wave C has to be a 5-wave structure. Arguably, we do not have a 5-wave structure yet. You still need a 4 and then a 5 drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So the lower this move goes, the higher the probability you're going to hit the invalidation. Not to forget that if you take a fib from the low to the high, keep an eye on that 886. No, we know what the 886 does. The 886 over here is sitting at 43,681 on my chart. The 786 in confluence with the box, but of course, if you're looking for an impulse in a 1, 2, 3, don't want to see the 886 hit, because the 886 is a rare target for a wave 2. Now we are at support. I actually don't have it on my chart. There's a little bit of a wide box here, as you can see, and also the bigger range still there, which is the wide box. Value area high of the previous range is also here. So basically the area that we have at the moment is an area of support. Let me put the box here on the chart as well. However, putting this wave 1 here, with now the high probability as well of possibly taking this low, that's the thing, right? Like, either you're going to be looking for a WXY, as this is so deep, you can't have another 1, 2 here, but in all means, you're then counting this as a 1, 2, or you're going to move your 1 to higher prices, but then your wave 1 is definitely not an impulse. Then your wave 1 is going to be a WXY. Right, which basically means that's going to then become that diagonal structure, even though this is then your A. A is either or, doesn't really matter where A is, but you're going to look for B. Yeah, so this is not looking too pretty at the moment. So this is the thing, if price moves, right, we always remain calm. We always wait for another range to form, and that's when we get the or reassess the best probabilities. But with this move, right, as mentioned, this is a 1, 2. This being a flat, you still need a range in a 4 and a 5 dip. The 886 is here, we don't want to really hit it, right? Invalidation is here. So we are getting close. In the other bullish scenario, we're looking for a bigger ending diagonal, right? That's actually very big compared to wave 1 of the same scale. Where here, A, B, C, well, that's the same invalidation, no? So WXY, that is still a possibility. But then you're going to have, we got to redo some stuff now. This is why it's interesting if the price moves as well, right? We got to redo some things. So then we're going to have up, up. Let me actually put chat up as well. I wonder if I should do this, where I wonder what you think about it. What if we do this, and I do this, and then we do this. I'm a professional streamer now. Holy moly! Look at me go. I do have a smaller window now, but... Okay, no chat. I can imagine. I can imagine. Do you think no chat, or do we have chat? One no chat. Maybe we should do a short poll with or without. I mean, I can imagine if we want to focus, right, have a bigger screen. Yeah. Okay, let's do this for now. Let's get to my bigger screen. So cool. Let's redo some stuff here, right? It's a bit of a live counting, of course. You can do 2 scenes. Yeah, but usually I just drag. I'm not that professional yet. Usually I just drag the chat in from my second window, as I got it on at all times. So with this move down, the bullish scenarios do become a bit more difficult now. So this is all literally live. So I'm thinking out loud, okay? So let's remove this. Let's keep the 886 on the chart. Okay. Yeah, for an A, B, C, it definitely looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It then has to, yes. Diagonal doesn't look nice. Preferably for a flat, I would have liked this low to hold and then move up. Well, that's clearly not the case. No? We got wicked earlier, which makes a wave C difficult here. Especially also because of the range here, which this is yeah, 1 2 1 2 potential. A B C, because if this is the beginning of a C, you of course want to count 5 waves, 3 being the biggest. So then arguably you have a wave 1 2 3, you want a 4 and a 5. But you don't really like to hit the 886 pulled from the low to the high. That's why I put it on my chart now. And now this then becomes a 3-wave structure, not a 5-wave structure. So if this becomes a 3-waver, flat, 1 second. If this becomes a 3-waver, you need to have some sort of a WX. So X needs to finish up here, but how do you finish an X there? W and Y cannot be the same structure in a sideways combo, so this then becoming a zigzag can't mean a zigzag here. So you need a flat. And W can't be a WXY internally, so you can't have WXY with W finishing here, meaning this all has to be an X, which is not too great yet. So that is why. Okay, we're in the target area for a potential contracting diagonal. But then your wave 1 needs to be a WXY. Right. Look, the bearish scenario is obvious, so that is why we are not yet looking into it. It's basically you want to take this low. Diagonal. Very short wave Y though. From there. So what I don't like here about the bigger diagonal is that if this is your WXY, your Y is very short. So probabilities for the bearish scenario, of course, increase a little. Jeez. Because actually what we're doing is trying to find a way to not have a move down, but it's 1, 2, time-wise, 2 is very long, low probabilities, right? 1, 2, this being a wave 1, then has to be a WXY type of move, so you have to think about diagonals, right? But then this has to be an ABC. So you're still going to expect 1, 2, 3, and then another 4 and a 5. So you still have to wait for a range, which is always what we like to do. Before upside A, B, C, and then you want to see a bit of a range, and then you continue. But as long as you don't get the range, and price does this, doesn't matter, right? You need to wait and be patient for a range over the weekend for that to happen. So taking this pivot, making this a wave 1, this is the invalidation of a bigger diagonal, but you still need a range as well. You're already approaching this box. The 886 is down here, which preferably you don't hit. So that becomes difficult. So if you then zoom out, you have this as a 1, but that then needs to be either WXY, but wave Y is quite short in time compared to your W. Triple zigzag is very, very rare, so I don't prefer to look into a WXYXZ because of how rare it is. So it's not looking too strong, no? Because the bullish scenarios become difficult now. But as always, right? We don't catch nice YOLO or FOMO. Remain patient, collected, have a plan, have a strategy, and you'll be good. The weekend is coming up, which tends to be rangy price action. So if there's going to be a big move, preferably it happens between, like, before 10 p.m. Central European time, which is in, well, 17. So that's basically pretty much in 5 hours. Because then the weekend hits, which tends to be, of course, rangy, wave 4, B, X, Y structures, W. But yeah, it's not looking too great now. Let me put this on. So the probabilities change. Oh, this is now 6 pretty much. So we put that one in. So this is not preferred. Having a long wave 2, it doesn't invalidate a wave 2. It's just very, very long, which really lowers probabilities after a 5. And this now has to be, for a bullish scenario, this has to be a 3-wave structure. Now this retracement, that's like the hope for the bulls. This retracement was shallow to the 382, which is a less common target for a wave 2, more common for a B or an X. However, it's not rare for a 2, it's just less common. Because you want a 3-wave move in an ABC if you want to look for higher. This becomes an impulse, yeah, you change the trend. Probably. Visit some of these lows. But we're definitely not there yet. Am I early to this live? Pretty much. So, quick run through. I'm also doing like my brain work live on stream, right? So, okay. If we have WXY triangle, 4 ends, looking for 5. This being a 1, 2, low probabilities for 2 because 2 is so long. You also need to look for a potential flat, but that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means you still need to wait for a range before then a move down. Not great. You can only have a zigzag here in a WXY, which means you need a W flat because Y is a zigzag, so W is not allowed to be a zigzag, which means this here has to be the end of your W, which means that from this pivot, all of this has to be an X. X then also has to be a complex structure somehow, and then another W, X, Y. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So then you have over here your W, you have your X, you have your Y. That's the only way for me to label this structure, where you have W, X is complex. That's a very sharp WXY though. Flat, X, whatever that then is, and then a Y to the upside. And you almost hit the 886. So it's just not great probabilities for this scenario, right? I think we can agree. Because wave 2 is so long in time, and you then have this WXY, which means A, B, C, but even in a C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what happens before price is ranging? One is not bullish, because if you're looking for an A, B, C, then it's arguably 1, 2, 3, as usually most of the volume also in a wave C, but in an impulse is the third wave, which means you got to wait for a range, right? 1, 2, or A, B, and then A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to find support here. Range over the weekend or whatever. Grab the lows on, let's say, a Monday or a Sunday, and then you want to reverse. Unless it becomes an extended fifth, but yeah, patience. If this would be a wave 3, you definitely want strong continuation though. You don't want to see price finding support all the time and having the small ranges all the time. You would be looking for strong continuation. So the longer price ranges, the more bullish it becomes, right? This retracement is also uncommon or less common for a wave 2. So again, unless bullish scenarios are invalidated, right? They're definitely still there. With the standard, if you look wave 2, it hit the 382, right? This is a less common target for a 2, as the most common target is the 05 to 786 area. So just because it hit the 382, it also arguably gives probabilities to a C or Y, as this is more common for a B or an X, right? So even though bullish scenarios are not that easy to count per se internally, we know what we need to look for, right? Because you're always looking for a 3-wave structure. And we're looking for a range to form. And the more price is struggling to really move, right, the better it is, but you need to wait for a range. So this is not the greatest. I would then even prefer going for something like this. Now this wave 1 can have two origins. It can have this as an origin or this as an origin, which means your real invalidation would be then this low. Which means your 4 ends here in a WXY with Y being a zigzag. But it's not a nice wave 1 per se, but a bit bouncing. What's happening here? I'll get to the chat in a second and your questions. So you want to pause this? Oh wait, let's go to the. I rarely do this 1 minute. Okay, you want to pause this high here on the 1 minute. 44,657 because of the bearish CVD you have here locally to invalidate it on a 1 minute time frame. As mentioned, we are now at a bit of support. We have the bigger white SR area of the whole range basically, right? And then just below the blue box and then a point of control with the 886. So it's interesting to keep an eye on it. I'm also wondering. I also do like live counting now, so my brain is working to to figure out the counts, right? This is a lower high, so it's unlikely this is the end of something. What if this is C? No, we're still hovering at support, right? And the thing that keeps the bulls afloat is if you're looking for, besides trying to count here, right? If this is the high of your 5 and you're going to be looking for big moves down, first of all, the weekend is coming up, so it better happens in the upcoming 5 hours. But the 382 touch here, that's an interesting one. Because the 382, again, less common for 2, more common for a B or an X. So this gives a bit of probabilities to a move down being C or Y. But that then means that you're going to be looking for a range and of course some proof of support as well. Which would start by taking, you want to take this high to invalidate the bearish CVD and then potentially move. We are at support. So the bearish scenarios are still ending diagonals, expanding ones, which just is the most awkward thing ever. You have this one here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Expanding ending diagonal is very rare. And that's the reason why it's never preferred. So unless locally bullish scenarios get invalidated, like it hits the invalidation, this is still not preferred. Then we can zoom in, and we can also look here. But even if this is the low of your 4, and you look for this to be a 5, you're still going to look in a diagonal because of the overlap between this high and the low. Which means you're automatically going to get another expanding diagonal here, because if you connect the highs, right, even with this low, if this is the low of your 2, you hit the channel trend line, and if you hit this low, you hit the channel trend line. So this is also another expanding structure, right? Because for a contracting diagonal, you want to see converging trend lines. The channel is an easy to use thing. You connect it from the high of your 1, basically, right? The high of your 1 to the high of your 3 to the low of your 2, which arguably is then this one or this one. But that means that the moment the lower trend line is hit, a contracting diagonal is invalidated because it's not contracting anymore, right? It now becomes a expanding diagonal if you are looking for diagonals, because now this happens, right? Trend lines are diverging, not converging. And also an expanding diagonal, again, also locally, doesn't have great probabilities unless the rest is invalidated. So basically that is what we're gonna keep our eyes out for. Continue, the yellow line moves up quick, so you still have bearish CVD now with this order block here. We take it step by step, right? So that's the thing. We want to see proof of support. Now in my case that will take hours. But first we had some bearish CVD here. We got above this candle, but now we have it here as well. Lower high in price, higher high on the CVD as just shown, right? So of course not what you want to see unless you take this, and again one continues to observe. Preferably regarding CVD, what I would keep an eye on is bullish or bearish CVD divergences locally. For the bulls, that would mean seeing some support and then a retracement with some CVDs coming in, right? Like some structure, some support. Patience, right? Definitely patience. Now this again, not great, right? Bullish scenario, 1, 2, 2 is very long. Almost hits the 886, which is not that one. In this case, that's this one. Doesn't mean you can't have that scenario. It's just probability wise a 2 here. It's now at the 786, by the way, just to put that one on. So we have the 786 here as well with the box. It's just a very long wave too, and you need to find a correction here, which is very difficult. This has to be some sort of an X up for this to be a zigzag Y down. But even in a zigzag, as mentioned earlier, then looking for an A, B, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you want to see, you still want to see a range form. So you got to be patient. Unless this is the end of your B, and then a W, X, or Y, but that's very shallow for Y. This is a W here. You need to have a flat, some sort of structure in a W. Then you need, and because W then becomes a flat, Y can't. So you need so that needs to be your Y. Again, the 382 has been hit, which increases probabilities. A move down is a C or a Y, because the 382 is less common for a wave 2. Not like less common, not rare. It's just less common. And if we are in wave 3 like territory, you don't want shit here. You don't want candles closing here. The longer you range here, the more bullish it becomes, right? So you definitely want to have multiple 15-minute candles, wait, ranging, whatever you're looking for, right? But from an Elliott Wave point of view, you want to see a range, right? You want to see a range. Or you want to see some sort of a bounce or, you know, proof of support, whatever that is for you. But above all, little move to the downside, one remains patient. So and then we have this. Yeah. Then you can have a deeper move, of course. Let's move up. But this would be such a big structure for a diagonal as well, compared to your. That's going to be even bigger than what you have here. If this is your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it doesn't really make sense to have such a big structure for a diagonal compared to your wave 1, which is all the way down here. Seems like the little bearish CVD divergences here now have almost played out. This price might take this low here locally, right? Absorption of market longs with limit shorts. That is what we're reading here, right? And in a downtrend, it's always important to keep an eye on the CVD divergences there. But yeah. So now we did take that low as well, as we did. Wave 2, this doesn't look nice. 2 is very, very long. Putting wave 1 here can only result in pretty much a diagonal. Even though it's also not nice. WXY, Y is very, very short compared to W. You need an A, B, C, and a W. Then you need your X, and then A, B, C, and a Y. Right? And then you definitely need to still see proof of support. But dipping below here is just not great for the probabilities of the bulls. Because this scenario is also massive, right? It's a big, big diagonal. If this is only your wave 1, especially compared to your wave 1 at 24K. So for the bulls, you preferably like to stay above. If price takes this low, that is when the bigger diagonal becomes the bullish scenario compared to what we have locally. So I think we're now at the blue target box as well, right? So we can observe what price does here. If there's questions, of course, make sure to ask them. Happy to look into your scenarios, your questions, answer them. So, and we're just gonna chill, right? Make sure you have your risk management set, as mentioned during the live stream earlier as well, right? We're at risky areas in general, so we want to be patient, see what the chart gives us. But probability wise, yeah. With the move down, it lowers the probabilities of those bullish scenarios. Just got to get it in my head. Usually I write this to silver, and my summary to silver is also always my, like putting it in my head. But a 1, 2, very long 2. We are at support. This is your final support before the low, so that is solid. Bit of a reaction here at least. But I have a 1, 2, but that's very long. So then preferably 1, 2. 786. We are now at the 786, right? That's still a target. The 886 is below the box. Preferably not hitting that one. Okay, so the bearish CVDs have been neutralized now. So now we have neutral field again on the CVD. Remain patient. See what candles are forming locally now while we are at support as well. Daily 786. Ah, yeah, and the point of control of this range is here as well. Did I make that in? Is that in my folders? No. This one. Right. Not looking too shabby. This low, I got a, okay, low probabilities or wave 1 here. 1, 2, not great because very long 2, WXY. Then you're still looking for an ABC. Then you still need either a range 5 continuation before taking this low, which of course we're already very deep, or this needs to be a 3-wave structure in an ABC, where preferably B ends here and this is your C, but it's also not great. So it just doesn't look great, no? You can also have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, right? Wave 3 to the downside. So difficult to have a solid bullish scenario, which of course increases probabilities of the bearish scenarios. We now tag the 886 as well, which is taken from this low to this high, right? Any move to the upside now has a higher probability of being a wave C or a wave Y. Did we? Yeah, no. Yes, no, not yet. Almost. We're close. Now, price does like to retest the golden pocket at times, so I'm just gonna keep that up. It didn't yet hit it. But the probabilities are definitely not increasing for the bulls, they're increasing for the bears. It would also invalidate this bullish scenario. As mentioned, it has low probabilities, right? Which then, if you do take, oh wait. If you do take this low, the only bullish scenario left is a really big diagonal, but it's so big. It's not really something I like to see. This size wave 1, you need a very quick wave 3, 4 and 5 in that case. Like preferably the rest of the diagonal is very quick compared to your very long wave 1 in that case. But it still means you want a 3-wave structure in a wave 2, which then arguably has to be a zigzag, right? A, B, and then a wave C. And the only thing helping the bulls is the 382 retracement we had here. No, I'm not a fan here. always the moment I'm counting, especially when I'm counting with my eyes, I tend to get very quiet. Elliott Wave does take a lot of focus. That's why I tend to do my analysis before videos. Even though we pretty much kind of summarize it now. It's not invalidated. We are still at support. Didn't yet hit the 886, but it just doesn't look great unless your wave B. This is a 3-wave move. You better have your B ending here and then a sharp C down on high volume. Start the range throughout the weekend. Wick the lows maybe and up. Or not wick the lows so you don't hit the 886, because preferably you don't. Which we didn't, even though we got very, very, very close on my chart. And the diagonal, a bigger diagonal here. That's still an alternative until this becomes invalidated. The bearish scenarios are expanding diagonals, which is rubbish. Expanding diagonals are not great structures. Always low probability. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Of course, preferably that means in this scenario you're in and you're gonna have bigger moves to the downside. But this remains a low probability scenario until the bullish scenarios become fully invalidated. And locally, this is your ending diagonal, but it is still an expanding diagonal if you end 5 here. Expanding equals less common, right? It's a rare structure. But the bullish scenarios do become more difficult now. They're not invalidated, but they're definitely not looking great. The invalidation of this one is almost reached. 886 almost touched. Wave 2 is very, very long compared to wave 1, which lowers the probabilities, especially 5-6 times wave 2, 5-6 times longer than wave 1 is not really what we like to see. It's not an invalidation because the invalidation is this low for this scenario. But it lowers the probabilities. And then we need a W, X, Y, within Y a zigzag, flat, complex zigzag. Let me do a little measurement here locally from the high to the low to the high. But even for a zigzag, so your common target for a zigzag is the 1 to the 1.236, which is still below where price is. So even if you're going to be looking for a zigzag here and take this pivot, not even this pivot, your most common target area is a bit lower. And if we take that, then we are at 618. Not a common target for a wave C. It's a target, it's just not common. I'm curious to see what happens on the CVD though. So I can't imagine people looking at this, but of course the blue line is moving down, right? Over here, one can argue higher low in price, lower low on the CVD. That would be a bullish CVD, no? Now what I recommend with the CVD is that you use it, AGGR server down. Well, I can still at least talk about what I mean. And the price is still moving, so I don't know. But you use it on the right side of the recent high or recent low. Recent high. We want to see a recent low. The bigger bullish CVD divergences are not important to me. If locally we can't build bullish CVD, and we can continue to develop 3-minute bearish CVD divergences, right here as well, lower high on price, higher high on the CVD. It doesn't matter what you see on the 1 hour, because the more local the CVD, the more important it is. I prefer the 3 or 15 minute. I like the 15 minute the most, which of course takes time for CVD to form, right? But during moves like these, I do like to keep an eye on the 3-minute CVD myself. And this bearish CVD already played out. So on the 3 minute, it's now neutral. We just have to wait. Okay, let's see what price gives us, and with that information we can do more. So let me quickly scroll down so everything is loaded. Okay, where were we? You can do, yeah, 2 scenes, but I'll probably stick a bit with what we know, I suppose, instead of putting the chat on. You guys, oh, of course you always see the chat. Either next to the window or below, or you don't have the chat open. That's also possible, of course. But I can imagine putting the chat in my window can be a distraction as well. The bearish scenario, I can't, yeah, so that would be the end of your 5 here, and you're gonna look for impulses down below this low. The problem with the bearish scenarios is that both of the structures are ending expanding diagonals, which is just, those are rare structures, right? It never has the highest probability unless all the other stuff fails, which basically means price has to go below this low at 40.7k. Other charts might be 41ish, but you know, and then we get to, we might have a bigger trend change, right? And then eventually, of course, if you do get an impulse down, right, you get imagine you get a 5 wave and you do take the low. Eventually, you're looking for a retracement before then continuation down again, right? But this expanding diagonal, right, that's one, and this expanding diagonal, it's both an expanding diagonal, which is just, it's rare. I can't make it prettier, but the bullish scenarios become a bit more difficult, so give it some time here. On top of the little box, it's just it's not 382 retracement, more common for B or X, a bit less common for a 2. That's the only thing that helps. Oh, who's that? Warner Capt, welcome, man. How you doing? Wait, my dude, my boy, there he is again. Warner, welcome. Send me an email, koenstrading@outlook.com, with your YouTube username, Discord, and Telegram if you want to use Telegram. For gold, Discord is mainly the place to be. For silver, gold and Telegram. But welcome, man. Welcome to the team. You'll get a badge behind your name now as well. Will be the bronze one because this is the age of how long you remember, but you'll be gold in Discord. Welcome, my friend. Good to have you around. Proost, as we say in the Netherlands. Proost. Also, you're one of the newer viewers, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think from maybe the live stream we did here to the downside, or I think in 2024, no? I kind of recognize who's around for a longer period of time, or who writes the comments. I mean, some people, of course, are watching since the beginning of the channel. They just don't really write too much, which is fine, of course. So... Big M, what's up, Adam? Yeah, it hit the less common target before, so it could be probable it hits the lower again. Am I early to the live? Absolutely not. How are you again online? Well, I have a busy schedule, but I also have priorities. And the moment my alarm went off, I saw price. My priority is observing the price action with you. Because recently on a live stream, I asked viewers like, hey, yeah, I do 3 types of content a day, right? Updates. But if price moves, do you want me to, if I can, do you want me to go live and, check it out or not? And by far, most people said, yeah, it would be cool if you go live and we can chat all together about the price action and share some ideas and stuff. So I was like, yeah, cool. And now, of course, as price is falling here, the bullish scenario from a 1-2, so I'm just sharing Elliott waves, of course, but the 1-2 here is low probabilities because you still need a range and all that stuff. You almost hit the 886. So this bullish scenario and wave 2 is incredibly long, as explained, so doesn't look great. And then the alternative becomes your next scenario where you're going to be looking for 1, 2, and then continuation up in a diagonal, but your wave 1 is so big. So either 3, 4, 5 have to be quite short, but it's not a great scenario, if you know what I mean. So even though the ending diagonals, expanding structures are rare, the bullish scenarios now become difficult, which slowly switches the probabilities to the bearish side, because counting them becomes more difficult, right? So, and also losing this box now, right? Now we hit did we finally hit the 886 or not? No, still not. Which is also the point of control, no? Yeah, if you fill here, you just go to the next box, right? 42k, 42.3k, and then it starts to be very wave 3e price action, no? So what's happening here? Okay, this is it's quite interesting. You don't see this too often. A red candle, but your CVD line moved up. That is an in candle bearish CVD divergence. It plays out very quickly because the moment the low of this candle is taken with the next one here, it already played out, right? But it's just that you don't see a bearish in candle divergence too often. So it's always interesting when it happens. So yeah, probabilities are switching now. We also hit the 886 now. So that invalidates, or pretty much invalidates, this impulse, because any move up now from this low has a higher probability of being a wave C or a wave Y. Or you need a very big diagonal, but as mentioned, you still need a range. As long as you don't see a local range, there's no interest for support or a move to the upside. We now went through this as well, so what? I always keep the golden pocket on my chart because price does like to test this golden pocket after hitting the 886 for whatever reason. Happens regularly, but it happened, when was it? It happened somewhere else. Oh, here. We went to the golden pocket as well. 886 touch, golden pocket, and then back up. It doesn't always, I showed in the video, what was it, this morning or yesterday? Of course, it can always just continue, but the bullish scenario doesn't look great, no? Which then leaves us with the diagonal, but I don't really like it. Which then leaves us with the bearish scenarios, which increase in probabilities because the bullish ones become difficult. But we didn't yet invalidate, we didn't take this low. Interesting, no? How much will this dump? It's making me panic. I can imagine that the only reason it can make you panic is probably because you might be over leveraged, you didn't exit a position, or you're in a loss. So of course, during moves like these, just make sure you're having good risk management, no greed, no fear, calm, sensible thinking, right? Because if the bullish scenarios, like we almost took this low now, which leaves the diagonal, next area of support for me would be here. But this move, the probabilities for downside increase. And if we move down, like we can go down, right? So if this would be the end of your 5, I don't really, so the thing is, I don't want to, we are here neutral, sensible talking, right? There's no, I don't want to say things to make people scared. So just so you know, we are still waiting for price to do its thing locally, right? But if you're looking for this to be the end of a 5 on the higher time frames, right, where arguably you either look for an ABC, or in a bullish scenario, this is a 3, 4, 5 or a double 1, 2, 1, 2 up, then you can definitely go very deep. Let me show you. So I'm going to remove these for now. Open my high time frame stuff. This is the bearish linear. So this is of course the this fits the macro bearish scenario, right? Let me actually put chat up on the right. Sorry that I'm still high on the chat. I got to catch up very quick. But just to right, so we have the macro bullish, macro bearish. I have the stuff here, so let's quickly run through it now. Macro bear, A, B, C, you're going to move down. Your wave B is going to be a zigzag up. No? Target, by the way, is then more 10 to 8K. Don't worry, nothing is confirmed, right? Patience. You don't go to 100K, you don't go to 10K in a day, right? It's going to be waves, it's going to be retracements and all that stuff. Now here, we are then looking for that ABC in the bearish scenario. As mentioned locally, the 382 is more common for a B or X than a wave 2. So it does give slight probabilities to a C up, as I've been mentioning in the probabilities of the macro cycle high time frame video, which I think is this here. Yeah, slightly bear to the due to the 382 bounce, which is just Elliott Wave statistics, right? It's just what Elliott Waves is. Your target area for C is in here, preferably on the linear chart, which is what I have now. So 44 to 51 here. Reason being that on the log chart, your B didn't even hit the 382, and a B and a 2 not hitting the 382 is very rare. So therefore preferred this. In the bullish scenario, you're looking for your low to be in, right? For every bearish there's a bullish, for every bullish there's a bearish. 2 in, and you're going to be looking for continuation to the upside, right? Ta-da. Locally, the scenario I would enjoy seeing the most, question is, will we get it? That is like there's for the bullish scenario, there's mainly 2 scenarios, but I think this would be the nicest because of the range that you get. Let me quickly hide this. Because we have the big 2021 range, right? And for me it is, and again, I mentioned this countless times now, it's very unlikely for me from the moment price got in that it just does that. I don't know, I just don't see it happening. From an Elliott Wave point of view, it also wouldn't make too much sense to see that happening without at least bigger retracements in this range. Look how long price has been ranging here, right? And what I can imagine is that throughout 2024, this range is going to play a role, right, in the price section, both bullish and bearish on the higher time frame. In this case, this is the bullish one I have on my chart. We now hit the white box here as resistance. So here one could be looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 again, 2 on the 382, right? 3, 4, and 5, point of control, potential support, 38.7. Interesting. For then a 5 up towards the 50 area, right? Move above the 50K, maybe 51, 52, 55, but then turn around for a bigger corrective structure. So this, I'm pretty sure that you will have the potential 1-2ers here that counted as a 1-2, 1-2. But the 382, let me quickly check. What's the retracement if we get, yeah, so the 382, right, is just below that point of control. So imagine, right, this is what you're going to see online. I'm prepping you already. 1, 2, imagine this is now your high, right? And you go down for another 2 in that case. if price moves to the point of control and hits another 382 retracement, you have a 382 touch here. It's not common for a 2. It's less common for a 2, right? Still a target, it's just less common. Imagine you have another 1, 2, another 382 touch. Again, less common. So it's less common upon less common. Probability-wise, of course, low probabilities that happens twice in a row. It would be very bullish. It's just lower probabilities that something like that would happen on such a scale. The second wave 1, I believe, is also longer than the first one on either the linear or the logarithmic chart. It's still shorter on the logarithmic chart, but it's definitely longer on the linear chart. On the weekly time frame, you could have a big fake. Oh, that would be something. 1 second here. I didn't yet see this. That would be something. So here, the 382, right? Bum. Remove this one. Yeah, okay. The 382 is either above or below the point of control. Now you can imagine that if price is moving to that point of control, maybe like, you know, we'll see what happens locally. This is high time frame stuff, right? Takes weeks. At least for a wave 4, you know, your wave 2 is long, wave 4 can be short, but it still will take weeks for a wave 4 to form. But if you move to that point of control at a given time and you move up from here, you can see across the internet the double 1, 2, pretty sure. But the 382 is a less common target for 2, common for 4. So what I would like to see is a bigger 4, 5, create a fake out down. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, we go to 10K, we go to, you know, that's what happens, of course, in the market with the emotions, no? Same, by the way, if price moves up now here still and finds the strength locally to move to the upside, I would still look for a bigger retracement from an Elliott Wave point of view. It would make sense, also because of the range that we've in. So a bigger retracement, we don't have to go all the way down here, but it would be nice because this has been such a big important support resistance area on the chart. But then you go to like the 30s, right? And then you start moving in a bullish scenario. That's the same scenario. This is your double 1, 2, right? 1, 2, 1, 2 up. Preferred target is the 05 to the 786, which now moved up a little. So that is your 37K to 30K. And for a second wave 2, what I would prefer to see, if we do get another wave 2, I would like to see a deep structure. ABC, right? A big move whenever, ABC. If we move up still, ABC, deep. That's what I would like to see. Scared, fear. People that buy the ETF, bought the top or whatever, right? Maybe move up a little bit, make people more greedy, make people FOMO, YOLO. People that look at the ETF stuff all the time. Oh, we're going to go to 100K now, right? In one day. I'm going to sell my house. Like those type of stuff. Buy. Oh, we're crossing 50K, psychological level. Buy. Grab the liquidity, move it down. From a market maker's perspective, that would be something that I would do. To grab the liquidity, move it back down, create the fear, buy at lower prices for those ETFs or whatever, and then you go back up again. Yeah, that would be very interesting indeed. Okay, so on a high time frame, that is pretty much it, no? What I look for. Targets. Okay, let me be very quick because I'm so let's just quickly check if there's no shit going on. Okay, there we go. There's no scammers. Sorry, I won't I can't go through all the names. I want to get to the live action. How deep will it dump? Yeah, I kind of spoke. We just remain patient, right? We remain patient. Bearish scenario, we spoke about it. You really like to hear yourself talk, right? Absolutely. I love to hear myself talk. Can this lead to an alt season? Well, then, of course, you want Bitcoin to continue ranging. So if Bitcoin dumps, the alts arguably have a bit of a move, usually. But if Bitcoin can continue ranging, like today with Ethereum, right? It was a good moment as Bitcoin was ranging here. But yeah, I'm not too involved with the alts though. Best time to go long, that depends on your plan and your strategy. So the bullish scenarios are not yet invalidated, right? And you have the 382 touch here as well, which is, there's a reason I keep it on my chart, right? And that is because this is generally a B or an X target, less common for a 2. So I just like to have it on and then observe what price does here. You think it will blow through 42,500? No, because we have a bit of support here as well. How much dump expected? Yeah, it's of course similar questions. It's the emotions, but if you take this low, I'd be looking for the blue box here. If this one doesn't hold, what do I have below? I think the range box. That's the final, like a little bit like a final boss. What I'd still be looking for is, if you're going to be looking for an impulse down, it's not going to like dump tens of Ks in a few hours, right? I would still be looking for, right, where the point of control over range here, let's see where it is. So if we are going to identify an impulse down, right, which means you still need a 4 and then a 5 down. That could be your wave 1. Then you're going to be looking for a 2, point of control, very important resistance then, and then down, right? So you still look for a retracement. So of course price can move very quickly, right? It does. We don't know. Just like here, very quick move. But then you're still going to be looking for a range afterwards. So that's why I also said when we were live here, wait for a range to form. The moment a range forms, you get more information. We got a range, it went too high, it hit the 0.618, wave 4 invalidated, higher probabilities to take the high. Range, takes the high. So we got a move, we wait for a range, right? And then eventually you're going to get, if this is an impulse, you're going to look for a wave 4. If it is a wave C, you're going to look for a wave 4 to be invalidated, right? So as price moves, it just goes. And then the moment you get a range, because if it is a wave 3, it's very difficult to predict how far it goes, right? And how far it can go, because it can extend a lot. So the moment we are like finished, like it starts to range, that is when we can really reassess what's up as well. Okay. Pepper said, what's the bearish ultra small ETF pump? Sell the news. Yeah. Lucas, do you remember? Right? Pump it during the ETF and then move it down. My favorite scenario. I gotta be honest, like if this would be the high, I'm a bit disappointed. I would have liked a bigger push for more greed. But this is what, yeah. Of course, during the past couple of streams, whenever I got the question about the ETF, the standard answer was, I want to see a big push up, more greed, and then take it down with a big dump. But this being that big push, I was a little bit disappointing. No, I actually hope for more if that's the case. No, yeah. Just woke up. See you live, which is nice given the PA potential targets for the zigzag. If the zigzag, Zigzag is indeed between the 1 and the 1.236, and also the 1.618 can be a target. 3 a.m. staying up for cooling. 3 a.m. Giselle, man. And it's interesting price action, of course, not crash correcting. Crashing is always crashing. Crashing a year from 50. Crashing a year from 15 to 40 plus. Yeah. We're not talking about a crash, but we talk about waves, of course. Can you please check? No, just Bitcoin now at the moment. Welcome, by the way. I can't pronounce your name. What's the English pronunciation of your name? Can I call you Bon? Bon Piop? Can you show how the CVD on the 3-minute plays out? I mean, here we had the bearish CVD divergences on the 3-minute at support, right? Higher probability, therefore, to look for downside. And now it's just, there's nothing going on CVD because price moves down. It doesn't have time to create a range to observe what happens. So we just remain patient, right? Volume increasing as price is moving down. That's of course wave 3 behavior. Your pronunciation. There isn't BTF. There isn't BTF. So maybe can produce rare patterns. Expanding diagonal. Yeah. But the ETF itself is of course announced last week. The pattern and the whole proud section here has been going on for a while, and there is the expectation. We just took the low, by the way. This one. It validates the preferred bullish scenario. Between the bullish scenarios, that was the preferred one. So you always have the expanding diagonals that we have to take into account, but they remain rare at whatever scenario. But because the bullish scenarios, this is where things change. Because the bullish scenarios become more difficult, the bearish scenarios increase in probabilities, which then means the expanding structure. But the expanding structures will never have the highest probability from the get-go. So only the moment that bullish scenarios become very difficult, that is when scenarios change. Found useful content here. Welcome, Saul Goodman. Thanks for having you here. Glad to have you here, my friend. Just joined your channel, Traveler's Compass. Welcome as well. How you doing? Med Shadowjacker. What's up, man? It's been a while, right? Since I've seen your name in the chat. I don't know. Weekly naked point of control 43,600. Wait, that was my weekly naked point of control. Wait, where's my where is? No, I don't have it. Maybe it's already been hit, or my ATA settings are a bit different. We are just below it now, of course. If retail, as the YouTubers call for an exhaustion Bitcoin, the people are going into alts. Yeah. So, but you want to have Bitcoin ranging, of course. So if price dumps, money goes out of Bitcoin. Well, obviously, but goes out of Bitcoin as well. And then once a range becomes established, the alts have, of course, a certain opportunity. But I can imagine that it's gonna be it's a red day, no? This is what happens if Bitcoin goes down, no? What is this? USDD. These are charts once was asked to have a look at from an Elliott Wave point of view, but most of it is all red. Whee! Saul Goodman, discovered you yesterday. Welcome to the channel, my friend. So yesterday you were there in the live stream as well. Could you do the analysis on Bank Nifty? Not at the moment. Gonna focus on Bitcoin here with the price section. Oh wait, all right. Every day. I'm not streaming every day. I can't guarantee streams. I'm not gonna do the 7 p.m. Video, by the way. I'm just gonna be online for at least another hour to observe the price action with all of you. So we're just gonna do an extended, and then at 7 p.m. I can redo like analysis as well. I don't have too many things to say, but I'm here for some. Adi Baronka, by the way, welcome. Thanks for being here for quite some time. And I always save your videos in my place. I enjoy very much the fact that you're honest and present probabilities for all scenarios. Thank you, first of all. Trying my hardest to give you the best Elliott Wave analysis, sticking to the rules of Elliott Waves as well, which is one of the reasons I made the channel. Is it's It's a very rule-based channel. There's a couple of good YouTube channels, Elliott Waves, but there's also many that don't respect the rules, which for me, I got annoyed. And I didn't find a channel that uploads a lot of times during the day, for example, that has very good sticking to the rules. Like, they didn't stick to the rules. So it was one of the reasons. And second, I really love educating and helping. So I got asked in Discord to make some videos, and here we are now. Can tell the story another time though of the channel. Since the 20th of Feb we are here, and we're now 11 months after the launch. 48,500 feels like a holy moly. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Congrats on the entry. I had a nice target box here as well. Holy moly, what a nice respect. Once we passed the yearly at right, 46,200 was the yearly, then we had a target box here which caused this range. Eventually we moved to the 886, probabilities to take the high, took the high, next target box. Whee! Holy moly. Beautiful. It's wave D of A, B, C, D, E. That must then be a triangle in that case. So we now wick this low. So let's have a look, right? We wick that low. If you're looking for a triangle, by the way, a triangle can only exist in a wave 4, X, B, Y, or Z, right? So it needs to be one of these structures. It can't be anything else. Now we still have the 382 touch. Let's see, remove this one. I don't know why I have that line, forgot. So this is now nicely invalidated. This becomes next. We are now at the golden pocket, by the way, from the low to the high, right? So golden pocket, right? Always interesting support. Always good to know about as well, no? So keeping that on, and then some extra, and we have the white box here. Where is my range? We're below the white box. Okay, never mind. Then I just keep this on. So your bullish scenario now, because this low is taken, it kind of leaves you with this, which is not great, in my opinion. Because it's such a huge structure if this becomes a diagonal, because your wave 1 is it can't be like, unless wave 1 is now, I mean, you can have an expanding wave 1, zigzag in 2, and then move up, right? So that is, but yeah, that's the either expanding 5 or expanding 1, right? But then you're going to be looking for 3 waves in 2, which means, even though 2 quite often is a zigzag structure, you need a range, right? We need to wait for a range. There's no YOLO, FOMO, or catching nice. It doesn't make any sense but this is no financial advice. This is just my opinion and also my experience. Because let me tell you, I was there. For me, it doesn't make any sense too long in a dump. I'm not here to catch the low. I'm also not here to catch the high. I am here to try and catch that 30, 40, or 50% of the move. That's what I'm there for. If I get confirmation, if I get trust, if I get market structure, if I get whatever I am looking for with my personal trading strategy, once the boxes are ticked, I enter, right? But for me, it will take hours before my boxes are hit. So patience for me is a very important element in my trading, which I can recommend. It's nice. So yeah, you either have your wave 5 or your wave 1. It's pretty much the same structure, this being a 1 or this being a 5. 5 is going to be an expanding diagonal, 1 is going to be an expanding diagonal in that case, because of the overlap here. Up, up. So But the preferred bullish scenario, now that you took the low here, yeah, it's invalidated. The new preferred one then becomes this. Between the bullish scenarios, that is, of course. Let's see what price does. I gotta be quicker here. Gotta be quicker. Okay. Warner Cap, by the way, welcome again. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Gonna get you in gold in Discord. Send me the email. What happens if we get to the weekly? I mean, it's just an area of support if there's a weekly. Oh yeah, it's the target box. So yeah, we have a box here with a weekly. So it's just an area of support. That's why I mark it. But there's a couple of confluences in that area. Where were we? What's up, DJ Bumberclot? If you have any questions about Elliott Waves, make sure to ask me. I'm happy to explain some stuff. But I would recommend if it's different, I try to explain things as easy as I can, which in this case means waiting for a range to form, and then we reassess wave 4 possibilities in a potential impulse or an ABC if price retraces too high. But in the links, there's 2 links in the description. One, and those are free websites, everyone. I always say that just before people think it's affiliate links. It's not the upper 2 links. You got to open the description, go down a bit, and you will see 2 bit.ly links. I think it's below education or something. I call it in the description. One is this website. It's just a public website, right? You can learn so much stuff here about Elliott Waves. I very much recommend this one first. And then the second one is Elliott Wave Tough. This one here. Some more information. Not everything is 100%, but you know, pretty much everything can be done. But my favorite for you is the first link, this one. And also read this, so you know at the, you know, once you go into the pictures, right, this type of stuff, that you know what the colors mean as well, because it's rare, less common, that sort of stuff. So that would be for me the first place to start your Elliott Wave journey. And you can always check gold if you want to educate yourself with more feedback and stuff, but I always recommend trying the free stuff first, no? If we so close, swing failure pattern. Yeah, we did grab this low now. So we grabbed the liquidity of this low, a little bit of a move on top of the golden pocket. Always interesting support. So we are still at support, of course. If Bitcoin goes to 52K, yes. Is it possible to drop to the 7K area? Yes, because so 50.1K is your 1.618 target for wave C, which is still a target for C. And you can, on such a high time frame, right? We talk like daily/weekly time frames. The candle closes are most important. So if you have a big wick into 51, 52, 53, but you close your weekly candle, for example, below 50, it's still very much potential. However, you also still have a lot of potential for the bullish scenario, right? It depends on the retracement you eventually get. So at the moment, with this little drop, there's no reason yet to talk about 6, 7. There's also never a reason to talk about 100, right? What we talk about is 43, 50, 40, you know, the local levels. Take it level by level. However, what you say is true. Yes, that would still be a possibility. But if you start to close weekly candles above 50.1K, the probabilities go down for a C because you're above the 1.618. You can go to the logarithmic chart, and then the targets for C go all the way up to 58K, I believe. However, on the logarithmic chart as shown, wave B didn't hit the 382, which is very annoying. Gladkun is not a market maker. There would be blood on the streets. I mean, probably there already is, right? There already is. 34K, we wait, right? We don't know where price goes. We can only assess the probabilities, and we're not here, of course, again, to catch highs, lows, catch the top, catch the bottom. There will always be retracements, always be ranges, and those are the ones that give us most of the information. They destroyed Bitcoin with the ETF. I'm not a fundamental trader, but the ETF is just such a great opportunity to fuck around on the chart, right? Because of the hype. Have you ever tried to invert the chart to devil advocate your bias sometimes? Well, generally I don't have a bias because I don't care if price goes up or down. I'm not married to Bitcoin. I really don't care about Bitcoin. It can be 100K, it can be 10K. I just trade it. It's an asset. I earn money. That's what I care about, and I don't care how I do it or what price Bitcoin is for me to do it. So that's the nice thing. I don't have a bias. Elliott Waves is my bias. So if Elliott Wave shows me probabilities change, then my bias changes. So pretty much my bias is reflected in my analysis on the YouTube channel. But my personal preference is nothing. My personal preference is Bitcoin being at 43.6K at the moment because I don't care where it is, which is a very nice position to be in, I suppose, in a way, as a day trader, because I have my personal strategy, lots of data. I know exactly how it works. The diamonds are trading the same strat as well. And yeah, as a day trader, I'm not involved with what the price is. I could even remove the price here and just day trade my strategy. That would be an option as well. But my bias is reflected in my Elliott Wave counts. But my Elliott Wave counts are always neutral because I have a bullish and bearish scenario, and I that's the goal of the channel, is sticking to the rules. So the moment that Bitcoin shows that probabilities change based on the rules of bullish versus bearish scenarios, that is when my bias will change as well. So it's just the probabilities from an Elliott Wave's point of view. But I don't count to make things bullish or bearish. For example, at the beginning of the stream, this is typical Elliott Wave stuff, is, hey, we got price moving down, there is the potential for bearish continuation. So what do? You try to count bullish scenarios. And the reason you flip into trying to count the bullish scenarios is that if you cannot find a high probability bullish scenario, it adds probabilities to the bearish scenario. So instead of trying to count with this move down a bearish scenario, you're actually going to change. You're going to try and count a bullish scenario that follows the rules. But the moment that it becomes difficult to count a nice, like, impulsive structure following the rules of a diagonal, an impulse, or a double or triple 1-2, that is when it adds probabilities to the bearish scenario. So you're basically trying to do the opposite. Interesting. Can it be a wave 2? And by the way, Gear, it's a great question. I don't actually ever invert my my chart, to be very short. Can it be a wave 2 and the first drop was wave A, small bounce B, and now we hit the 1-to-1? Yes, that is still a possibility. Yes, that is this scenario here, right? But then what you're looking for is a range, right? So in a wave 3, you can get continuation easily. In an ABC, right, the 382 over here increases. So the 382, that's the reason why it's on my chart all the time, because the 382 is a bit more common for a wave B and an X, and a bit less common for a wave 2, which means that any move coming off the 382 has a bit of a higher probability of being a C or a Y. But by all means, you need to look for a range, because over here we could be talking about a wave 3 as well, right? The potential of a 1, 2, 3, then a wave 4 and a 5. But then we wait for the range. We are patient traders. And what then happens is price hit the 0.618, pulled from the high to the low. And the 0.618 is an invalidation for a wave 4, which immediately increases the probabilities to take the highs. Then we had the weekend range, and we took the highs the next, I think on Monday or something, no? Yeah, so patience. So the range will give us most of the info, because a wave 3 can be very extended, can also still be very much a wave C indeed, and that is why we're looking for price to range. You are correct that we are now inside the wave C target area as well. That's a nice addition to the chart, right? So what we can do here is for now observe how price reacts in this area. Remove, now I'll keep the golden pocket as well. So let's observe here. Vadim Rood. Okay, gotcha. For CVD divergences, I recommend going to my YouTube channel, go to videos, search for CVD, and then you will find a video. And in Discord, you can go to the Good to Know channel, one pager explaining CVD. Click here for the video as well. Here's the website, charts.ajgr.trade. Here's the template if you want to use it. First time here, I saw Paolo G. Lanzilotti, Italian maybe. Welcome. Read CVD, by the way. I can do that quick. Is CVD, bearish CVD divergence, is a lower high on price, higher high on the CVD. Bullish CVD is a higher low in price, lower low on the CVD. Which on the one pager is what I wrote down there as well. So you will see it there. I think I'm falling in love with you. Hopefully my fiance did not hear that. she's having a shower, I believe. I love your mind. I guess it's very calm. I guess analytic logic. My personality test that I had to do from a business coach showed analytic, logical, but yeah. You know, trading it's pretty much patience, a lot of discipline, and you gotta love the analysis part. At least if you're if you're a TA fan, right? Which means analytical, logical, calm, no emotion. Just trade your strategy and plan. Trust the statistics of your strategy and plan, and go with it. Thank you for what you do for us. Hope you are not in long. I am not. But thank you, Umed Mardonov. It's a pleasure. Believe me, if I was in a long right now, I would not be live, my friend. I would not be live. Halving soon, so maybe we can be cheaper or not. As mentioned, right, if I would even consider a long right now, right, I need proof of support. I need price to range. And based on the range, reassess the probabilities. As long as we are not ranging, not interested, right? Not interested. I'm not here to catch a falling knife, right? I'm not here to try and get a nice picture for Twitter, right? I'm not here to impress people with, look, I caught the low with $1, right? I don't care. I'm here with my plan, my strategy, patiently waiting for things to work out or not. But as price moves, I know for my plan, it will take a few hours at least. So will Bitcoin keep on dumping? Well, yeah, I mean, probabilities for the move become more difficult, like as mentioned earlier, at the beginning as well, when price didn't yet take the low. Probabilities for that first bullish scenario, 1, 2 up, were very low because of the length of this structure in time, right? So, well, we now took the low, so that was nice. But also this second one then is a bigger either diagonal, or this is your 1 sharp 2 continuation. Your last area of support really for me would be this here. Lose this, go to the invalidation, it kind of flips market structure on the higher time frames, and then in my opinion we can be looking for 1 2 3 4 5, find support, look for retracement. That could be interesting, and then continuation. That would be interesting in the bearish scenario. But we didn't yet take the low here, but this wasn't my favorite bullish scenario, because wave 1 is also an ending or a leading diagonal now, expanding, while for the bearish scenario this is an expanding diagonal. So but then a wave 5, so it's both expanding but either in a 1 or a 5. But as long as price just keeps moving down without signs of support, then yeah, I mean, we're just looking for downside. No, we need to be patient. BlackRock, XMR. You always say it doesn't look great. Depends on the direction. I would like to see deeper price. Yes, yes. Yeah, actually, doesn't look great is probably more in context of the scenario I talk about. So I guess in a way, it does look great for you know, the price moving down, losing a bit of support. We're doing now at the golden pocket, but yeah, it depends on the context. So. And for me, price moving down is just another opportunity later on. So yeah, Discord link is expired. The link in the description should still work, but probably your Discord account is younger than 3 days, which means you get auto banned. Yep. Young accounts rule. I unbanned you, but I'm not sure if you can join. The reason we have that in Discord is because of the scammers. They tend to make brand new accounts and then join all the groups constantly. So if we have a 3-day minimum account age, it means that they can't just keep joining all the time. You always have one coming in sometimes, but at least they don't coming, you know, all the time. So that's the reason why. Sorry for that. Including what would you say is the most probable scenario? Guess we kind of went over that. If it's not clear yet, Arturo, then make sure to ask me again. Wait, are we at the bottom now? Oi! We're at the bottom. Holy moly, we catched up. But Flight Vision, I'm not yet sure if you can join. So you might, because it might just keep banning you. Regarding Arturo Jimenez, regarding your question, what we are looking for, right? At the bottom, market bias. Here locally, this was my alternative bullish scenario, my preferred, between the bullish ones, right? Without the bearish ones taken into account. Preferred one was an impulse here, but yeah. Probably you didn't forget the highest volume was in this high. Always interesting. That one played out. The highest volume at the end of a move is commonly a corrective structure. It's less common for an impulse. But that can still lead to the diagonal in both being this now a wave 5 or wave 1. Now regarding your question, right? This bullish scenario, of course, is invalidated. So now we go to the second one. Which means you want to see a range form and then reassess probabilities. As long as price is falling, you know, the bears have power. The only thing what I don't like about the bear scenario, which still is very annoying to me, would be the expanding diagonal endings. It's not because it's not common. So close to 50K as well, psychological number. So probabilities, yeah, if I have to give a number to it, I'm pretty 50-50 because, and the reason is, I'll tell you why. You know, usually I have, also in my videos, I have probabilities for up or down. I don't like the expanding diagonals for a wave 5, right? It doesn't have, it's rare, so it never has the highest probabilities unless all the bullish scenarios fill, which means taking this low. Take this low, and we're going to be looking for lower prices to come, which doesn't mean duh, because you go down here, but it means you go down much lower, right? So yeah, and for the bullish scenario, you're looking at the same expanding diagonal, but then in a wave 1, where this is a sharp 2 in a zigzag. Now in a zigzag, you're looking for 535 A, B, C, right? Now, if this is your C, then arguably, this being your B high, the 382, right? The 382 is less common for a wave 2, more common for a wave B or an X, increasing the probabilities a bit that the move down is a C or a Y, increasing the probabilities a little bit to still see higher prices. But the 382 is not rare for 2, it's just less common. So that is why what I prefer to do is wait. And that is why I prefer to say 50-50, because I want a range. Arguably, you can have a wave 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? And you get a bigger impulse to the downside, because for a wave B to end here, that's awkward. Then this is your wave C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still need a range. So till Bitcoin starts ranging, I am absolutely not interested, and price can just go down. And as the preferred bullish scenario kind of got invalidated, it of course increases a bit more for the bearish scenarios. But we still have a little bit of support. The 786 is still a target for a 2, but this looks very much impulsive, volume increasing. But hey, the same happened here, right? Here we were also talking about a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and about an ABC. We wait for a range because eventually you always range. And then it hit the 618, invalidating a wave 4, increasing probabilities to move to the upside, which then immediately means that during this range we are looking for upside, probabilities to long. Just because price hit this 618 here, with that candle, it immediately flipped probabilities from neutral, we want to wait for a range, to bullish, upside, looking for the high, range, bullish CVD, up. Nice, played out, right? So that is the thing with the bigger moves, you want to wait for the range. And there's always another opportunity to enter, right, as well. So there's always a retracement, and yeah, moves can go deep and they can fall. But we remain patient and controlled. We have our plan, and then we join, right? For a wave C, what I don't really like is this. This looks like another 1. So instead of 1, 2. We didn't have bearish CVD divergences here. That is quite interesting. Only very small, sometimes on the 3-minute. But sorry, forgot to mute my mic there. We lost the blue box support here. We are now going below the golden pocket. So the probabilities, therefore, of course, slowly increase to move to the blue box. Lose that one. Yeah, I'm going to be looking for lows here. The weekend is approaching, of course. So if we're going to be looking for a bigger move, then I want it to happen before 10 p.m. tonight, Central European time, which is in 3.5 hours. Still some time left, no? So, yeah. Support for Bitcoin. That would be this box here between 42.3 and 42K. We are arguably at a little bit of support here because it's the point, we're actually below the point of control of the range here. The big range point of control is now above. As you can see, we actually retested it here as well. Moving below the golden pocket. So yeah, then the next area is 42K, 42.3K. Little bit of a double bottom here. My trading success rate, I can show you my statistics. At least of the old strategy, which is the before I tweaked it to improve it. So I can't show you the newest data, of course, but I can show you the old data. Let me zoom in a little bit. There you go. I tweaked my strategy in August, September, and a little bit in October together with Diamond. In Diamond, people are trading the strategy, right? So my strategy, but also their own. And I can show you these statistics as well, if you want, from people in Diamond. So right? Post your personal statistics about Kunz's strategy or your own strategy and reflect on the data. This is from my strategy from Jarvis on Ethereum. Right? He just changed something with the days, but on Solana, on Rune, December was a bit worse, but still fine. And then on Bitcoin. So pretty much till December, 85%. December was a bit shit. And now we're back to winning ways, actually. In January so far, we got a 4R. As I look at my sheet on the other screen. So, yeah. Oh. Statistics. Build a strategy based on statistics. Took years to develop, but yeah, track statistics. That will help you the most. First, okay, well, I'll talk about the steps to develop your strategy in a second. Since you don't have any spot or hodl positions, no. I do have long-term stuff, but not like hodl or spot really. I do have some stuff in other markets and things, and do like a little bit in crypto, but I don't know, I prefer to day trade and allocate my money in other investments. Yeah. I like Bitcoin, right? Don't understand me wrong, I like it, I love the volatility, but I'm not involved with the back end, the reason why it's there per se. You know, for me, it's a chart that moves up and down. So, and I think as a trader, that's also something that's important for your psychology. They always, you know, this is the typical quote, right? Don't marry the asset. If you have a very, very big hodl bag in a certain coin, or, you know, it can mess with your psychology. Doesn't have to, of course. You can be very good with your psychology, but for me it works better to use Bitcoin as an asset that I earn money with trading wise, day trading, and allocate my money in other investments, so that I have pure focus on Bitcoin from a trading point of view. I don't know, it just works for me. So yeah. And yeah, else you also gotta, I know you call it like hedge all the time, and yeah, it's not that I don't hedge, but I prefer not to focus on Bitcoin from that perspective. I just want to day trade it with my strategy. Deepak Dari, how are you doing? What I meant by is for momentum, not price. How to stay neutral on my counting. Thanks for the answer. Pleasure, Gear. And of course, I understand what you mean as well. No worries. But it's very often a certain comment leads me to talk about something which of course is not directly related anymore to the comment, but it might help people. So it's definitely not about the comment anymore. It's just the general information, which can be very interesting as well. I'm from Bangladesh. Welcome. Can you suggest a macro sale price for Bitcoin this year? I'm holding Bitcoin from 23K. Congratulations. That is a great entry. What I do at times is swing trading. But swing trading is not spot or hodling for me, right? That's still trading. But nice one, first of all. A macro sell price. Again, there's never any financial advice. You do you have your plan, your strategy, and if you make a mistake or you miss out or you lose a lot of money, just make sure that you care, because I don't, right? It's all your responsibility. As in this industry, we are actually all very egoistic, because if you win and I lose, you just got my money, right? You won. If I win and you lose, I got your money. And in the end, we're here to profit, which also means you kind of profit from each other. But what we're doing here is trying to profit together and make sure we profit from the people that are not here. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean it's a signal service, because you need your own plan and your strategy, right? I do, of course, try to help in the best way possible, give all the information I can from an Elliott Wave perspective on the channel with the probabilities and everything included. Very open about the probabilities and stuff as well, as I know people love it, I got asked to do that in the beginning. When when I started my videos, I didn't have the probability section. I was asked to do it, so I implemented it. But by all means, it is never, ever financial advice. So, answering your question, taking this low and a deeper retracement is expected. Ta-da. Moving to the up. Let me elaborate a little bit. So if you take this low, right, then there's a couple of scenarios that can happen. It depends on if price moves down, right? The bearish scenario is, of course, that you just go 1, 2, 3, and whatever, lower prices, but you still expect a bounce. Remember, by the way, here as well, down, bounce, continuation, right? You always get a bit of a bounce, right? And then, yeah, you might not close at the high, but entering here and exiting here is a fucking nice trade, right? You can be proud. Anyway, so if price takes this low here, we're going to be looking for either the very bearish scenario, right, which still means retracement before continuation. Bullish scenario becomes this one here. That's one. This is your target area. So 42.4, 36.4. Invalidation 33.6. Now this range is expected to be still quite long. Gotta move it to the high now here. And this one as well. A little update. I don't update these scenarios too often because they're so high time frame. We are at the 236. So you would still expect a range in this scenario till it, preferably at least the 8th of March. In this bigger wave 4, if you're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Now, if price moves down a lot quicker and a lot deeper, you're going to be looking for 1, 2, 1, 2. Why is my green box moving up? Right. Common target 37 to 30. But price then needs to take that low first. That's when probabilities really switch. Looking to the upside, right? Your target area for a wave 5. So the most common area for a wave 5 is actually the 1.236 to the 1.618, taken from the high to the low of a 4. Arguably that's now here. If you're looking for this being a 5, your 4 ends here, right? So your whole target area is all the way up to 55.6k. And there's still interesting targets, right? This one has been hit. If we can pass this, basically 50k, pass that, 53k, pass that, 56k. But at the moment, we need to wait for a range to form. And you need a plan, my friend. So I think your entry is absolutely amazing. It's a beautiful, beautiful swing trade. 23k is all the way somewhere here, right? It's very, very, very nice. And you need a plan. So if X happens, then what do you do based on your strategy, your plan, what you want to see? Because, what happens if price does this? Do you have a plan to re-enter? Do you have a strategy to look, know what you're looking for? Probabilities are not high, it does. But it can, because we don't know what's going to happen in the market, right? We never know. We trade the probabilities, which are always moving. That is why I like to update multiple times a day, because, it's very interesting to me how the chart moves. So, yeah, that is, I suppose, a bit of information from an Elliott Wave point of view. And hopefully you have a plan and a strategy that helps you out. But congrats on the amazing trade, first of all, because that's a banger. What's the signal to check the divergence on TradingView? I don't use TradingView indicators. I only use CVD, which is on the AGGR website over here. A little bit of bearish CVD, unless you take this high, by the way. So on TradingView, I don't use anything. Yeah, I use volume, and I have this 2 indicator for my name at the top. But that's it. So, yeah. And then I have AGGR here for CVD. Zaandam, man. Zaandam, for the people that don't know, is such a unique city. If you get out at Central Station, let me show you. Have you seen this in videos from the Netherlands? This is right next to Central Station. If you go out, you walk straight against this building. It's like the first thing you see. This is the bridge. You come from Central Station and you walk here into the center. Zaandam. It's beautiful. I was there a couple of months ago. I had a meeting in July, early July. That's when I was there. Greets from Gouda for me. What will be the turning point for pumping again? A range. Wait for a range. No need to catch the low or the high. No financial advice. If you think it's a great idea to long, you long. If you want to short, you short. From an Elliott Wave point of view, we wait for a range. And the range will give us more info. If we are, of course, looking for a wave 3 to the downside, right? Then, first of all, we want to see strong continuation, because a wave 3 is the strongest, biggest, highest volume move of an impulse, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. That's where the main move happens. You don't want to see price ranging too much. And if you do, then preferably after it hits the 1.618, which is here, 41.3k, right? Because the 1.618 is usually a minimum target for wave 3. This is your common target for a wave C. Price here hit the 302, which is a wave BX. It's more common for a B or X and a bit less common for a wave 2. Increasing the probabilities that any move down has a bit higher probability of being a C or a Y. However, because it's difficult to identify a wave 3, the best thing that someone can do from an Elliott wave point of view is to wait for a range. And just like here, we wait for a range. One might not catch the low, but once the 0.618 was hit to invalidate a wave 4, and this range started to happen, and interested in longs, because the probabilities were then higher to move up, as the probabilities were higher for a 3-wave move down here, you might not catch the low, but you catch the high probability to the upside. And it is still a beautiful move. Not interested to take catch the low. I'm also not interested to catch the high. I am interested to catch the middle part. That is where I want to sit, right? So then that is also what my personal developed trading strategy is all around, also not catching high, like catching nice. I'm not interested to try and catch nice, right? I need stability, and eventually price will give me that stability. Currently not doing altcoins, by the way, because of the interest in, like I mainly focus on Bitcoin on the channel, but we will do a very big altcoin stream coming up. If I've learned anything from you, I'll be patient. If probably you mean patience. Look, if I can, besides technical analysis skills, if I can at least help people a bit with the psychology, which is what it's the reason why it's always in my title. If I can help people a bit with the psychology of trading, and when market is falling or when market is pumping, and I can help people with how to look at price action psychology wise, and patient and emotion, and 1 second the bell goes. Ah, the friend of my fiance arrived. Okay. But yeah, I you know, trading psychology, I believe, is very, very important, and also I think it deserves more attention. Of course, the technicals is something that we focus on usually at the beginning, right? From the very beginning, we open the chart and we see all the buttons and things. So we focus on the technicals. But you can be a very good technical analyst and a very bad trader if you don't work on your psychology. There we go again. I always have to show it once in every stream. Mental Game of Trading, by far the best book. Jared Tendler, that's the one that I believe will help people the most to work on their trading psychology. Because you can be great technically and beautiful, but if you can't put it to practice, or you can't trade your strat, you have a problem, no? For the monthly, it was perfect short, very close. Yes, that is absolutely correct, Gonzalo Friday. I'm not even sure if I still have it on the chart. I might have removed it. No, it's still here. Yeah, nice. So we can remove these now. They got touched. So price having a little bit of a break, right? Let's see what happens here. Not yet bullish CVD, but it's very young price action, right? So what I prefer is the 15, and on the 15, nothing is really happening. So, but we are at the golden pocket, wave C zigzag target area. So it's always an interesting area to keep in mind. A wave 3 just before the weekend, preferably it really flies. And then we have a wave 4 in the weekend, right? But the wave 3 usually minimum target is the 1.618, which is down here. So preferably before the weekend, if you do go into a wave 4 of an impulse, you get down here before the weekend. The longer price is ranging here, the less likely, of course, that becomes. No? Interesting. ABC starting with 40.3K. towards 49K. A now forming. B towards 418. A, B. Oh, wait. Do you mean A, B, C? The problem with an A, B, C of that scale is it doesn't match an impulse. You need 5 waves to end an impulse, or this A, B, C needs to be part of a bigger diagonal. So then it's only a wave 1. But because of the size of this, let me actually clean the chart again. So I think you're talking about A, B, C. The problem is that this, in your case, potential A, B, C is then only going to be a wave 1. Because you can't finish on an A, B, C unless it's a wave 5 of an ending, of course, an ending diagonal, which then means that you need, yeah, if you want to end something here with that structure in an A, B, C, you need to start the ending diagonal somewhere here, where this is your 4 and then you have a big 5, right? So that would fit this, and where is it? This, but then your 5 is going to be even higher. Now, in this case, your 5 internally already looks like a WXY. And you can't have a WXY inside a wave W or inside a wave Y. So you only want to have, in an ending diagonal, you only want zigzag family structures. So either a 535 ABC or double zigzag, right? W, X, Y. Even a triple zigzag is possible. But you are not counting a WXY in a wave A in an ending diagonal. Would be uncommon. You want all zigzag structures. So one wave, right? Wave 1 can be a double zigzag, and 3 and 4 and 5. Those can be all WXYs and ABCs. And ABC is, of course, a 535. WXY is a 333. But now you're talking, if this is your A, then you're talking at the moment in a potential WXY in A. But A can only be a 5-wave structure. The letter A, it can in a zigzag. In a zigzag, A can only be 5. In a flat, A can be 3. So I'm not sure if that's what you mean. Yeah. Unless you look for this to be the end, B, C. But then still the same applies, right? And A needs to be still a 5-wave structure. Not a 3-waver. It has to be a 5-waver. You mentioned, where can I read about it? Or maybe you could recommend. Where to use it would be clear highs and clear lows. So if there's a clear high on the chart, right, a new high or a low on the chart, that would be the place to use it, right? So for example, here we made a high, I pulled the 886. Next retracement locally hit the 886. There was another example somewhere here on the lower time frames as well. Oh no, here, it was here on the lower time frames, right? I don't know all the other, I removed a folder with all the 886s, but you want to have a clear high or a clear low, not like in between, not like a little range in between the move, but just use the high or the low, right? And reading about it is basically just studying Elliott waves, because you won't read about the 886. It is something that I mention in my videos because of my experience and the data I have. But you won't read it anywhere. I mean, I'm not even sure if other channels mention the 886 probabilities. So it's quite unique in a way. But the more you study Elliott waves and the more you know, you will eventually figure out that the 886 is rare for a 2 and common for a B or X, which increases probabilities any retracement of the 886 is a C or a Y, which increases probabilities that at a later stage you're going to take the high or the pivot of the 886 and likely the double top, because an 886 creates a double top. Also, after an 886 touch, price quite often retraces to the golden pocket before potential continuation down back to the 886. This is also something that it's just a pattern that you see happening over and over and over again. And of course, it's never 100% probabilities, but it is very interesting to observe it. And because I'm so involved with Elliott waves for so many years now, that you start to see the patterns, and then you collect some data, and then you're like, okay, interesting, right? I can mention it in the videos as well. So I can teach people something that they can't read anywhere, because you can't read it. You can't read somewhere that says 886 touched, any probabilities higher for. No, what they say is comment, like if you can find it and stuff and read enough and study enough, what you read is, okay, targets wave 2 are this, but the 886 might also be in the target area. But eventually you'll see B and X, the 886 is more common. And then you need to put the pieces together. So I bet maybe others know, or they didn't see it, but it's probably one of the most interesting fib levels. A wave Y can also end on the 886. That is kind of like the only wave where you can hit the 886 and move away from it, which happened once during the whole uptrend since 24K. One time the 886 was hit and price continued moving in a pattern. So you can always also have a running flat ending on the 886, by the way, which was that was the 24K low, for example, which was a little bit higher than the June low. Yeah. So it's just data, it's statistics, data, and experience, and I just like to communicate it in my videos because I hope it teaches people something and it can help them in their trading. Could this be a strategy of the ETF power to trigger all leverage first to clear out the moon boys so they can begin with a clean sheet? Well, honestly, I don't think it's a strategy of the ETF. It's just a chart where, in the end, we are still looking for much bigger retracements before bigger pushes up. Currently, we are ranging here now for a little while at the golden pocket, but this is still a mini retracement. So with the ETF, what I said during the pump and dump party, which we had the live stream somewhere over here, right? I forgot, somewhere here. Yes, here, this night, Wednesday 10th. What I really like to see with the ETF stuff is a big push up, grab the liquidity, get more greed, and then get a massive dump down. That is what I love to see. Now, with the ETF, for me, we got to push up. Yeah, it hit my target box here. Beautiful. Monthly naked point of control. Other confluences hit. Nice rejection. But it's a little bit disappointing. I kind of... Because from a psychology point of view, right, if you read the market in a psychological way, it's so nice, or it would have been so nice to... I think, go above 50K to 52, 53, make people so greedy for all-time highs with the ETF announcement, and then get the dump. This is not Elliott waves related. This is purely the psychological part. Just thinking about what would be the for arguably a bit of a best case scenario, because you grab all the liquidity above the 50K levels, the ETF announcement in combination with prices above 50 would really accelerate the buying, I can imagine. But we need that liquidity to drag price down. And then the people that buy based on greed, based on fear, or based on whatever, all-time high, based on 100K, based on 500K, the moon boys, that's where we can grab the liquidity and drag it down. That's what I would like to see if we get it. This pump was decent. We went to 49K. Maybe not hitting 50K is also interesting because you have people that probably have 50K as a target for take profits or what others, and then you drag it down. But I would have loved a bit more greed, and we at least we didn't yet take this low. But this is psychology. This is not necessarily Elliott Wave related per se. But I will not forget this as long as this low is not taken. I'm definitely still having that psychology scenario in my mind, which is not Elliott Wave related. It can be, because we do have a bullish scenario, of course. But that would be preferred. And then get the big move, not the baby move. Yeah. Did you take any trades this week? Yes, I did. Thank you for taking the time and explain. Really appreciate it. My pleasure, Arturo. The rebound on Bitcoin is going to crack just over 51K. Would be beautiful if so. Where's price heading? Well, for the last couple of hours down, and now we're ranging. So no one knows, of course, where price goes, right? We only have probabilities, and now we have the range. Can I pay 2.9 with extra? What is this? No. I don't have any website with like a personal web page where people can pay in crypto. It's only through banks, I suppose, with YouTube. Patreon would be the same. It's also just banks, I think. So yeah, I don't have anything regarding crypto yet. Maybe in the future, but not yet. But Yoga Rolf, thanks at least for showing your interest. Membership, it should be the join button below the video, or it's on my homepage. Now, it's interesting that sometimes you don't see the join button on a PC while you see it on the phone, and sometimes you don't see it on the phone, but you see it on the PC. Don't know exactly why that is, but people have informed me that's the case, but that's YouTube's thing, so I can't really change it. Deepak Daria, what's up? From India, welcome. Wow, it must be late, by the way, in India. No? Correction, next 50K. Potential. We definitely still have the bullish scenario. And we are now ranging on the wave C target area, right? So definitely like to see price going back above this box. It didn't really offer any support resistance though. So if I remove this, yeah, this would be a better one. We are still at the point of control of the range, right? Big range. We're at the point of control here. Let me up the... Yeah, so we are at the point of control, creeping above it once again. So for starters, moving above the white box here would be a start, because this box has been such an important support resistance level, with one move where it didn't do anything, both to the up and the downside, but resistance, support. Interesting, no? Now you are back in this range, so you definitely want to climb out. That would be a start. However, as mentioned earlier, shit, sorry, I thought I muted my mic before I have an itch in my throat for the past week, so sorry for this. Sometimes I forget to click, or click too late or early. But for a wave 3, so we kind of just want to look here at the moment, because this can be expanding both in a wave 5 or a wave 1. It's much more interesting to see if we get an impulse or an ABC. 3A2, more common for a B or X, less common for a wave 2. It's just probabilities. Increasing the probabilities a little bit for a C or a Y. to the downside. However, the most safest option is always to wait for a range. We don't necessarily want to catch the lows, not interested. I want to catch the probabilities. This is your most common target area for a wave C, between the 1 and the 1.236, right? Golden pocket, always important to keep an eye on the golden pocket. The longer price is ranging, possibly, the higher the probabilities of a bounce and back towards the upside. But we definitely want price to continue ranging for a longer period of time, range for, get a bit of a solid bounce, all the good stuff. We have a big support resistance area above here as well, right? So, yeah. And if it flies, it flies. And if it dumps, it dumps. Wait for a range. Wait for a bounce. Calm and collected. And for a wave 3, preferably, right? Preferably a wave 3 goes to the 1.618 minimum, which is down here, 41.2K. That would be basically taking this low. Because a wave 3 cannot be the shortest wave. So the 1-to-1 is a minimum target. Now, of course, this move down is longer than the first move down, which means that the rules for a potential wave 3 are accepted. It can be. But the usually minimum retracement for a wave 3 is the 1.618, which is down here. Moving here would be interesting for an impulse. Can also still be, by the way, a wave C. This move down hit the 3.618, right? Taken from the high to the low to the high. This wick hit the 3.618. So it's not that it can't be a wave C. It's just probabilities wise. This is your common target area for a wave C, right? A little bit less common. Anything below is more rare. But you always wait for a range, just like here as well. So the longer price finds support here, the better it is. Arguably your wave C, there might be a potential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still, and then up. But of course, the longer it ranges here, the better it is for the bulls. Yeah. Continue to observe. We need to wait for a range. And of course, you can have a range on the 1 minute and be like, oh, we're ranging. Look, on the 1 minute, we go sideways. But I prefer like 15-minute ranges. So just waiting. Of course, big wick here. Eventually here, this is where we started ranging, right? Interesting. That is when things get interesting. A V-shaped recovery, which means this, by the way, is very rare. That the move down is the same as the move up, or I should say the move up is the same as the move down. Usually you get a range before anything happens. You don't catch the low, you don't catch the high, you catch the probabilities, and that's what I'm in the market for. I'm not here to catch highs or lows or post a Twitter picture with my entry. I'm here to profit, make money. Anita Max Win, my pleasure. Good that you're still around as well, eh? Bullish. I love you, bro. Oh, wait. That's where we were. Is there all Elliott Wave? How high a wave 1 goes? For example, when yes, but that would be wave 5 off wave 1. When I have a 1-2, how high can I expect wave 1 of 3 to go? And is there a difference if it is, for example, wave 1 of 5? Or no. So there's not a difference. So if you have your 1-2, 1-2, and you want to know, okay, how high can wave 1 of 3 go? What you have to count are the internal 5 waves of the wave 1. Because the next wave 1 can be a bit longer, can be a bit shorter. It depends. Also of a wave C, you can have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, finish wave C, and then an A, B, C, right? So what you want to count are the internal structures. Meaning, inside your second wave 1, you will be able to count 5 waves as well. And only after the internal wave 4 is in, do you know the targets for your wave 5. Up till that moment, we don't know. Can be long, can be short. Now, depending on the time frame, you can put effort in it or not. So for me, I don't like to go to the 3 minute, 1 minute, 5 minute, right? For me, it's very low time frame. I prefer to hang around on the 15, 1 hour, 4 hour, or higher for Elliott waves, but 15 is usually my lowest. However, if on the, let's say on the 4 hour time frame, we can count a wave 1 and we can count a wave 2, and we are now starting to move up, and I'm looking for another 1, 2 to maybe find an entry here, right, somewhere. Then we want to count 5 waves locally, right? And you kind of know your wave 5 only if wave 4 is in, and then you get a bit of a bigger retracement, and then you're like, okay, we got a 5 wave move. Interesting. So you don't really know how high a wave 1 can go. You always have to count the subdegree waves, and inside a wave 1 we look for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can get to the targets of a wave 5. So that's what you're going to be looking for. Win-loss ratio by longing at 47. You mean what's the probabilities of a win or a loss if you long at 40.7, which is this low here? I'm not in that depends on your strategy. if you wanna wick, potential swing failure pattern. If you have statistics on swing failure patterns, then the probabilities of winning or losing a potential swing failure of these lows. From an Elliott wave point of view, taking this low does activate the more bearish scenarios, but it doesn't mean you first can get a retrace swing failure pattern, move up and a retrace, and then later go down again. I mean, that's possible, absolutely, but you need statistics about that one. Can you show us ETH Elliott wave? It shortly spoke about ETH earlier, but I kind of only on the high time frame. I don't even have to really show it per se. I mean, let me go to, I can do this very, very short because it's very easy. We were looking here for price to move to the point of control, which is where we are now. So what we were first of all looking for here, this is your volume profile of this range, by the way, right? Resistance, rejection. Candle closing inside, what we always want to see, support. No support, just falls back out again, right, doing the retest. Closes back in again. Did it create a double top, by the way? Was that? Yes, and you create a double top as well. So 886 rule, from the high to the low, drag to the right, 88. Oh man, this is so nice. You love to see it. This is what 886 is touched, increases probabilities. Any potential move down is a C or Y, increasing probabilities to take the high. After an 886 touch, price often likes to go to the golden pocket to retest before continuation. I've been saying this many times in my videos. This is a great example on a weekly time frame even. That's really cool. Plus, value area high or low, holds. So the probabilities of the 886, closing a candle inside the value area again, holding with the golden pocket retest, looking for this high to be taken, but then you have acceptance in the value area. Acceptance in the value area increases probabilities to move to the point of control to observe the reaction there. That is where we are right now. From an Elliott wave point of view, right, your diagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big retracement in a diagonal continuation, basically 1, 2, 3, is now not looking so pretty, I believe, because we hit the 1-to-1 here, which is the lower low, 171, 174. That's this one. So we hit the 1-to-1 here. Wave 5 is not allowed to be longer than wave 3 because wave 3 is shorter than wave 1. On the log scale, okay, on the logarithmic scale, there's an argument of still having a diagonal, by the way. That's interesting because the 1-to-1 is above 3 and the 1-to-1 here is not hit. So, okay, we still have a potential, but not on the linear scale, only on the logarithmic scale, where you could have a diagonal with an overshooting 5. Now let's see, volume moves down, which is what we like to see in a diagonal as well. So yeah, there's the potential. Oh, golden pocket is here as well, by the way. What did I open? Oh, the confluences folder. Right. Your other scenario is a 1-2, 1-2, and then another 1-2 continuation. But seeing multiple 1-2s on such a high time frame it's not too common. But it's definitely a scenario that you want to keep in mind for eventually, of course, a very, 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 very big wave 3. Because if this is on a weekly time frame, a 1-2, 1-2, then you look for another 1-2. I mean, you're gonna get a big boy move, like big. But that at the moment is not yet something that it becomes too interesting. So step by step, no need to be bullish and think about 100k on ETH next. Right, step by step. Potential for a triple 1-2, yeah. Also potential for a diagonal moving down. And bearish scenario, this is all corrective and a lot of overlap. So look, we were looking for the point of control to be hit. We hit it now. Same on ETH. Wait for the reaction and be patient. This is strong resistance. And we'll take it from there, right? Yeah. Kind of. Diagonal double 1-2 or triple 1-2. That's kind of it on ETH for the bulls, and for the bears, it's a WXY. So where was I? Only place I visited are the coffee shops. Let me tell you, it's a popular place for tourists. Very good mindset. Thanks, product of me. I bet there's many traders with the same mindset, but unfortunately also many that have the emotions. And I talk like it's almost like, oh, this is normal. At the beginning, I was definitely one of the most emotional traders. Very, very early. The first ever trade, couldn't sleep at all. Put all my money in, which was very stupid. Made a big win and then lost it in a month after. But oh boy. Now it's easy. Experience, working on my psychology as well for long periods of time. Which you do not with a psychologist, but for me, it's with the system in this book. Already for a long time, but also just experience helps. At the beginning, no experience, no clue, I didn't know shit. TA was shit. So, yeah. The most important thing in the first year is to survive the market. Don't get dragged into using 100x leverage, catching knives, going full ham with your portfolio, and try to get rich in one day. Trading is a business. You're in for the long term. A little bit of profit every day will make you a very, very successful trader. Trying to get that nice line to the upside, right? That's what we're looking for in the portfolio. Some dips in the meantime, but higher highs and higher lows. Maybe your portfolio sometimes has a wave 2 correction or a wave 4 correction, but eventually you want to continue, right? Continue to the upside. Yes, there are gaps to the downside as well, absolutely. I guess in this year, sell in May and go away. I don't know. I don't know what. I also don't know the months. Like some months are more bullish and bearish, but I'm not really involved with that. But maybe in May, yeah, stuff might happen. Could be interesting. No? Can you take a fibber from 43.2 to 49k? Where's the golden level? Wait, it doesn't make sense to take a fib from 43.2 because it took the low. So you can't use that unless it's part of your strategy to pull from fibs that already were, or yeah, from highs or lows that are already taken. But you want to pull fibs, of course, from now this low to that high, not this low here, because there's no support anymore for you know, from the low to the high you're looking for support, from the high to the low you're looking for resistance. How many daily? Oh, I don't use RSI, I use CVD. It's also, CVD for me is much better than RSI. So that's the reason why I use CVD. I think with RSI, so that's personal preference, because RSI can work, right? With Elliott waves between wave 3 and wave 5, you want to see a divergence in RSI. The problem with RSI versus what I like about CVD is that with RSI, you can first get a lot of false positives. So basically bearish CVDs that don't play out till the moment you get one that does play out. And that is because you can have many wave 4 and 5s. But of course you get a CVD divergence. You have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5 down. With CVD, or sorry, with RSI, the problem is that you are going to get bearish CVD divergences here, right? Because this is your 3, 4, 5, but that's of a lower degree. But you will see an RSI divergence here. Price moves down. Now, if you manage it well, you can profit. But it's not going to be the correction, because you're going to have another, because this 1, 2 is this 4, 5. This 1, 2 is this 4, 5. This 1, 2 is this 4, 5. And the problem with RSI for me is you have a bearish CVD here. Cool, price goes up. Another one. Okay, another one. And this can continue, because this is on the lower time frames. You have even another 1, 2 here, and then you have another little bearish CVD. So I it's a momentum indicator. It can be useful for people that use RSI in their trading, but I prefer using CVD. It's just something that it's personal preference. I mean, many Elliott wavers use RSI very successfully, and it's a great tool if you can use it effectively with Elliott waves. But in a very big trend, it's very difficult to use RSI to find the flip, basically. Whereas, it's a momentum indicator, and CVD focuses on market orders and absorption. And if there's going to be a big move, like a big turn in market structure, and you want to see CVD. The best example was down here. That was great. So no, wait, not down here. What am I saying? 15, down here. Price keeps falling, and here we started to build bullish CVD divergences. Price moves up, more. I know this because I traded this. Bullish, right? And it just kept going with the bullish CVD divergences, and eventually it just explodes. That's what I'm looking for, right? With RSI, you probably have a couple of divergences here as well, but I like to use the CVD myself to be a bit more accurate of what move could be the one that triggers the change in the waves, basically. So I think RSI is a great tool. MACD, stochastic, money flow indicator. I think you can use any indicator very effectively and build an amazing strategy around it for entry requirements, or use it for Elliott waves. But my personal preference is CVD. How many? One more day in business. What's up, Avon Mooville? How you doing? You should definitely give a TradingView tutorial. Maybe one day I have to make a video about it. So I answered your question here. Can you draw the pattern? Oops, I forgot product of me what you want me to draw. You gotta repeat. I answered yoga. How long did it take you to start applying Elliott Wave successfully? I guess about 1.5 to 2 years. Especially after about like 1 year and 3/4, I suppose. That's when I really started to level up, because I started to really understand it. Not just put it on a chart, but I started to think. And another thing is that you can count it, but can you give it probabilities? That's again another step. You can count all sorts of stuff on a chart, right? You can do 1, 2, 3 or whatever. But can you then, based on the rules and based on the pulls and based on the retracements and the market structure, can you give it a probability? That is very difficult. Everyone can count waves, but can you also count them in a way where eventually it works in your favor with the probabilities? And that's where you need some more understanding. So it all works together, I suppose, in a way. But I started to really use it successfully after 1.5 to 2 years. Elliott Wave specifically. And I stopped Elliott Wave for 2 months as well in my first year, because I got so pissed off with Elliott Waves. I didn't use it for 2 months, and then I came back again. Level 1. Level 1 is bronze, but that's if you want to support the channel. Yeah, happy to have you there. Bronze doesn't give you any favors, but if you want to support the channel, then yeah, feel free to jump in bronze. I appreciate it. We had another bronze member earlier today as well that joined. Thanks for that again. Get ready, Ordi fans. Hello, sir. Day or night? Thank you, Leon Mobile Engine. I have a question. Is it a good position for short right now until below 38K? That depends on your plan and your strategy. So if your personal plan and strategy says it's a great idea to short based on your probabilities, data, risk to reward ratio, win rate, stop loss positioning, tools that you use, you got to short. If it tells you to long based on your plan, you got to long. From an Elliott Wave point of view, it's best to be patient. Can you, or no, I should say differently, can price go to 38K? Yes. But we don't have that info yet, right? We're only at 43 now. Bullish scenarios, you still got a low here as well. That's important for bulls. The best thing to do from an Elliott Wave point of view is no financial advice, is to just wait for a range. And that is where we need to be patient. And I think the best example of patience, I showed it a few times this stream, was this move down. We were live for the ones that were here during this move. Constantly repeated as well. We wait for a range, right? I'm pretty sure there must be, of course, there's people in the world that short at the absolute low here. It must be painful. But you want to wait for a range. And the range will give us the probabilities for what happens next. Now the range here hit the 0.618, invalidates a wave 4, target becomes the high, price took the high. So that's a beautiful example of patience. Yes, you could have shorted here or here or here and made some money. If that is your strategy, that's cool, right? But it's also very high risk to short. At least that depends. I think we had the point of control that we lost here. So that would be, if you lose the point of control, that's a potential, entry. But that means that you use elements, you use other technical elements during a drop to give you an entry based on your plan. If price is dropping and it breaks some level, and you're in your plan, you have statements that, or entry requirements that say, hey, if price breaks this level and it retests it on this particular time frame and it closes the candle below, then my entry is going to be here, my stop loss is going to be this far away or above this support resistance or this candle or this, you know what I mean? And my target is going to be a 122, 123, 125, because I know based on statistics that my most successful target is this RR. So I get out at that target. I do not move my take profit. I don't try to guess how far price moves. Might go further. That's okay. I made my money for the day, made my money for the week. I'm happy, right? Not greedy. There will be another setup. Or, you know, price then returns and you're going to be very happy. So there's always the next one. So the best way to answer the question is to build your own plan. I didn't yet in this live stream. I think it's the first live stream yet where I held back so far talking about the steps of developing your plan, but I think I will go into it soon again. Surf and Crypto, what's up, man? Also cool that you're in Discord. Thank you for your education. Sir, been killing the game since I went fit base and removed emotions and hope. I love to hear it, especially the last part, removed emotions and hope. It's you can probably never remove emotions completely, but as long as we know how to cope with our emotions, greed, fear, overconfidence, lack of confidence, revenge trading, you know, fear of losing, you make a big jump in your performance. Where have you been? I'm afraid this is something I can't help you with, but I'm here now at least. 49k was overshoot at wave B, so wave C can't retrace more than the end of wave. It can actually, because the most common flat is wave B moving above the start of wave A in a bullish scenario, and then wave C going below the low of wave A. So if 49k was a wave B, then your wave C most commonly goes below the low of wave A in an expanding flat. A regular flat is the second common. So the most common is an expanded flat. Let me put this on the chart. A, B, C. Most common expanding flat. A, B, C. Regular flat. Little less common, right? Less. I should just say less common. It's not definitely not as common. Less common. A, B, C. Running flat. C doesn't take the low of A. Least common. Uncommon, I should say. What the fuck? So uncommon. Those are the three flats. A running flat becomes a bit more common in very trending structures. But in general, they're not common. Mark is back. How do you know when the trend starts weakening? Something you can look at is volume, momentum indicators. You can start to look for CVDs that counter the trend as well. So bearish CVD divergences. You can use MACD, money flow indicator, order flow, order book. Give me more. So you can use a lot of different tools, trend lines, speed fan, channels, pitchforks. Is there more that I have up here as well? Elliott waves, trend-based fib extensions, Fibonacci. Probably there's even more. So there's many ways of assessing when a trend weakens. But it depends on your plan, what you like to use. From an Elliott wave point of view, in the past couple of videos where we covered the medium time frames, we are constantly saying, right, that where price is here is very risky for a potential high of 5. It's just probabilities. So from a Elliott wave point of view, anything between 46k pretty much and 55k can be a wave 5 top. So from an Elliott wave point of view, the trend weakening happens after this high was taken. Because the probabilities were high to take this high, as we were looking for a wave 4 either finishing here or there, right? And then looking for a potential 5 to the upside to finish the trend. That's what we were looking for, at least, right? Still. Or it depends on what price does locally. 1, 2, 3, 4, and eventually we're looking for a wave 5, right? Most of the volume, highest amount of volume was traded here. However, a trend can end on a high amount of volume with an overshooting wave 5 in a diagonal. So big reversal areas can have very high volume. The same was true down here as well. Look at the volume of this thing. Much higher, right? High volume as well. So also here, I remember during this move to the downside here, right? High volume in the final move to the downside compared to previous structures as well. So, but we are just looking, or we were looking because of the 618 touch for this high to be taken. This range had the highest probability of being a wave 4, which means that after price moves up above the range, there is the potential wave for a wave 5, basically anywhere between 46.1k and 55.6k. Which means that from an Elliott Wave trading point of view, you want to make sure you manage things very, very well. Your most common target area for a wave 5 is the 1.236 and the 1.618. But your complete target area is all the way up to the 55.6k level. But then it depends on the local price action, right? So yeah, but anywhere here is important. Can price continue pushing? Yes. And then we're wrong. However, based on the local price action, we are basically looking for the end of the trend, and eventually we're looking for a bigger reversal sooner or later. Is that a way to identify a trend weakening? I mean, from an Elliott Wave's point of view, it's just counting, but there's then tools that can help you to identify a weakening trend. And that is where you can then use some of the tools that I just mentioned, which depends on your personal preference. So I like to say always that Elliott Waves is, and volume is important in Elliott Waves as well, by the way. But Elliott Waves gives very much a directional bias. It gives regions, it gives bigger areas that become important for potential trend reversals. It's never guaranteed that the trend reverses there, but it is something that we definitely have to focus on. And I am not, again, I said this before, I'm not in the market to catch the highs and the lows. I'm here to catch the 30, 40, 50, 60, 80% of the move and then get out and be happy. And then I wait for the next great opportunity from a swing trader's perspective. I don't do that. Wow, still some fireworks here. It's 12th of Feb. Jen. RSI can be tweaked to suit your needs. Yeah, I guess there's a way to tweak RSI. But it remains a momentum indicator, of course. I prefer RSI or a CVD because it gives me live info. And RSI is, CVD is literally market orders. This, the line moving up and the line moving down, is reading the market orders flowing in, aggressive orders. So I prefer live data over the momentum. But this is a personal preference, of course. It is a very good combination. For the ones that enjoy using RSI, it's very good, absolutely. Actually, I don't know. I don't use both. Yeah, but this is personal preference. And I think everyone should trade with the tools they enjoy using the most. And if that's RSI, MACD, stochastic, CVD, MFI, something else, order flow, man, you can be so incredibly profitable with any of these. Of course, also, you don't need to trade Elliott Waves. One can trade anything, trend lines, patterns. You can be very profitable as long as you have a lot of experience with the tools you use, build statistics on them, build a strategy. You're good. You're good. how many hours do you work on trading? I guess that is that including or excluding YouTube? Because if it's just about my trading, right, my actively being busy with the market for my positions, then in the morning I of course I actually, for my way of trading, I don't actually have to do a lot of analysis. So in the morning, give me about 10-15 minutes, probably 15 minutes to prepare, set alarms, and then the actual trading, the moment an alarm goes off and I get my sheets, right, where I have my check boxes. So I have my strategy with all the rules. I need to check my boxes one by one. So the moment an alarm goes off, I take my sheet on paper, because I prefer paper, and then tick my boxes one by one to see if all the rules are met. And if that's the case, I enter. I know exactly where my stop loss is based on my strategy. I know exactly where my take profit is based on my strategy. I know exactly where the level is where I put my stop loss break even based on my strategy. So I set an alarm at the break even spot and I go and do other stuff during the day. So the execution of my trade, depending on the price action, can be very quick as well. So preparation in the morning, 15. Putting in an actual trade, I mean, can also be 15 minutes and I'm done. And then once the trade runs, I don't care till my alarm for stop loss break even goes off, and then I put it break even, and yeah, then I go away again. Because I know that based on my data and statistics, I know my most profitable risk to reward ratio. So if it's hit, it's hit. If it continues, that's fine. If it almost gets there and returns to stop loss break even, that's fine, because I know over a large data pool set, it's the most profitable R for me. So that is, and because I structured my strategy that way, it gives me a lot of flexibility to do other stuff during my day. So that is why I often like to go to the gym in the morning, or somewhere later, afternoon or evening. That is why I can speak at events. I'm a global keynote speaker, right? I have another business as well, which is more towards education. So that's why I can do other stuff. And trading is just one of the things. I know how many setups I have during the month, which is between 8 and 20 usually. Average, I guess, between 10 and 20. So it's a strategy that requires patience, not catching knives. It fits my personality, and developing a trading strategy, arguably the most important thing you can do as a trader. 100%. A strategy is in some ways very personal, because it needs to fit your patience levels. Are you a scalper, day trader, swing trader? It has to fit your risk appetite, right? It has to fit your portfolio size, the time you have during the day, all the time zone you live, all that stuff. Bull and bear divergence. For me, CVD, because it shows market absorption. Guess who's back? Mark Dutch is back. Skywalker, great. Just what indicators do you use on TradingView? I don't use any. The only indicator I use, Skywalker, welcome by the way, is CVD. And if you want to know more about CVD, then make sure to check out this video. So that's one. And in Discord, we have the charts AGG. This is the website, one pager on how to use CVD, right? And then my template that I use for the website here. So you can just download my template, which hopefully is useful for you. By the way. Holy moly. 1 second. So we started here with 6,525 subs. We are shit. You guys are crazy. 6,578. That is 53 of you joining in the past 3 hours and 8 minutes. Holy moly. Thanks, guys. That's insane. For the first time, what's this? For the first time, this channel has over 1,000 subscribers in 28 days. That's ridiculous. That's the first time. It's and then yeah, holy shit. That's a first timer. Wait, I gotta make a screenshot for this. I like to so I have a folder on my PC where I have a folder on my PC where I save the little highlights of the YouTube journey. You know, it's great fun. This one is gonna go in there as well. Holy moly, guys. Insane. Thanks for everyone being here. I appreciate. Hopefully you find it useful. Thanks. It's almost the 1 year anniversary as well. So 20th of Feb is going to be the 1 year anniversary of the channel. And yeah, we'll see where we are in a month's time. That's insane. I just noticed when I opened my YouTube, I saw the 5.7, but it was 5.2 before I started. That's nuts. I think you can use Ctrl Z. Yes. Yes, that's true, Joel Johansson. But I just had my hand in my pocket, or you know, so I'm not always Ctrl Z-ing. But that is a possibility. Yes, I'll show you. So another one is holding Shift, right? Oh, this is also possible, of course, if you hold Shift, right? But click on it, hold Shift, and you can drag it horizontally, even if you go up. The moment you go back down again, it you know, that's nice. And if you click and use Control, you can copy. So, but sometimes I just want to relax my arms because they're like this on my desk, and sometimes I'm just hanging them next to my pocket or just body, next to my body, just letting them rest a little in a way. I see what you did there. The 6 people that just clicked on the sub button, I know where you're heading. I know. 6584 now. Holy shit. Would be quite crazy to go from, I think that the typical performance of this channel, by the way, let me show you. I can screenshot this. So just to give you some insight. Where's my, oh, here we go. Typical in 28 days was 440 to 610. Look at this. It's ridiculous. I think, you know, would be something to skip the 1K in 28 days and go to 1.1 soon if this continues. But yeah, thanks everyone. I appreciate it. That's it. It's insane, man. It's like the channel, it's 11 months. Oh wait, I don't have a wife. Never mind. Mark! That is why you had the comment of Tinder earlier today. Is that the why? That's the why. By the way, Mark, where you're from in the Netherlands, like where you're based somewhere. You just have to make a plan actually when you book. Yes, exactly. Zartek. That's correct. Completely. If you have a loss or a win, doesn't matter. What matters the most is you execute your plan, which is based on data. Because you won't have a 100% win rate. You will have losses. There will be losses. But as long as you know, based on your win rate, your data, or based on your data, you know your win rate, then you will know that, yeah, you can have 3 or 4 losses in a row, but it's no problem. It's just part of the win rate, right? If you have a 50% win rate and you have a 1 to 2 RR, you're a great profitable trader. 1 to 3 RR, 50% win rate, very profitable, right? 60%. So if you have a 30% win rate, but a 1 to 3 RR, you're break even, you know, kind of. So 30%, 1 to 4 RR, you're a winning trader, but you'll have 70 losses and 30 wins out of 100 trades. But because your target is a 1 to 4, you're winning. Right? It's statistics. It's the data. The data does help to make you very calm in trading, because the moment you just execute your plan, you put so much time in collecting statistics. The last thing is to execute on the statistics every day, right? And then tweak it and improve it, but you keep executing. It just comes your way. You're basically, this industry is like we're all doing math all the time, math, you know, like it's data. We are just using data to trade, and yeah, based on the data, we execute as good as we can without psychological barriers, if possible, and let the statistics do its thing. How often do you open or close trades? On average, there is between 10 and 20 trades a month. I know, Flight Vision. The longest stream we've done so far is 5 hours, though. So your Discord free? Absolutely. I think it's. I don't like paid Discord groups. You know, I love community. That's what I love to see the community talk and share stuff in Discord all the time. It's so active. So like in Bitcoin TA, Ethereum, altcoin, others, there's always stuff going on, especially Bitcoin TA, that's the most active group. So there's always stuff happening here. And some memes. Oh, let's have a look what Stuba. Stuba is a great counter as well. Yep, that's a nice one, and that's why also you don't want to take that low of A. That is why we keep an eye on the 40. What is it? 41.2K, right? Nice one. A, B, C. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Always like to see the stuff from Stuba as well. Stuba, John, KG, great Elliott Wave counters in the group. At least you put it in the group. Congrats on the entry, but of course I have to remove this because it's, yeah, we don't, yeah, if you look for whys, then this is the message, but most people know. But nice entry, man. Congrats. Let's see what else. Oh, from Rect, I see. Always interesting as well. Very unique style of analysis. Okay, anyway. You can scroll through Discord, of course, but it's absolutely free. Yes. Where were we? Oh yes, Mark is definitely here as well. Oh, here. We were here. Other 50% must hate Kuhn. Maybe. I mean, there's always going to be people that don't like the channel or don't like the personality behind the channel, and that's okay, right? We don't have to be friends with everyone, or not everyone has to like the channel, or maybe me. That's fine as well. But the people that do like to watch the channel or at the Elliott Wave information, hopefully they find it valuable. I'm trying to join Discord, unable to join. No, you're. It's just you have probably a very new account. I'll probably have to unban you as well. It's against. No, it's open to everyone. But we do have a 3-day. Like this, everything you see. Look, deleted user and stuff. This is all scam stuff. The newest people that try to join always end up at the bottom. So if someone has an account that's younger than 3 days, you will be auto banned. But I always check the list probably once a day to unban people that got banned. Not a guarantee you can immediately come in, because you might have to wait for the 3 days because of the rule, and it's against scammers, to protect the community against scammers that constantly make brand new accounts and join all the groups. Can you show you use your fib on the move? This one is taken from this low to this high. You always use a fib from the left side of the chart to the right side of the chart. In this case, we're looking for support, so we drag it from the bottom to the top. If you are looking for resistance in fibs, you drag it from the top to the current bottom, right? And then whatever levels that you like to use. The most common is 236, 382, 05, 618, 66, based on my data at least. Golden pocket basically, 786 and the 886. A lot of subs is a topping indicator. Yeah, I should do an Elliott Wave count on my sub chart. Yes, it's the same link mentioned in the description. Correct. Luis, congrats on the 1K. Thanks, man. By the way, Luis, I haven't seen your email yet, but I did see it came in. So I have your email, but I haven't yet had the time to check it. So just so you know. Hi, I'm from India. Please say my name. Faizan Saif. Welcome and good to have you here. What's hi in Indian? What's like, is there a special thing here? Do I say hi in some way? I have Arabic on here because of M13. Also a community guy. He always writes comments and then I write back in Arabic. So wait. Oh, is it Hindi? I don't know. Hello. Wait, is it Namaste?
Namaste.
Namaste. There you go. There you go. Namaste. You can make an Oh yes, exactly, Yannick. Exactly. I should. I think we might be in a little bit of a wave 3 though, like holy shit, just look. Whoop. So kind of like, look, this is all in perspective because of the growth, but this is where things fly and then oh wait, you can't even see the end because of my webcam. 1 second. So last 365 days, which starts flat because, you know, But you can definitely see a bit of an acceleration here at the end now. Yeah, ridiculous, guys. It's insane. Bit of a move here, but this was what was this? 2nd or 3rd of Jan, and then this is where things, it's crazy. So thanks everyone for joining the channel. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Oh shit, my webcam. Lol, I'm out of. There I am. I'm back. Still alive. Still alive. Let me move this back, by the way. Up. Yeah, of course. Wait, I can send you an alternative link. Let me just make an alternative link here. Maybe I can send it. So maybe this works for you. Zara Tech, check this one out. Maybe that one works. I don't know. Can you show how you put Fibonacci? Oh, yeah, I did. What's the address? Oh, yeah. Getting denied. Why is people? This is the newest link, and it's public for everyone. Namaste. 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 Ardavan of Ruse arrived late. Do you think we are at good support, or do you expect further movement? It's not the, like, we're at the golden pocket, but I don't really like this as great support yet. I didn't really have any levels here. No, we're basically below the, so it's a bit messy on my chart now. 1 second. So this white box, let me remove this one. So this was a target box, which, I mean, offered nothing, right? So we can hide that now. And this white box here is an important support resistance area, which I had as well. Just below that, I had the target box I just removed. Then you have the golden pocket here. But arguably, this is my next target box, at least, area of confluence. 42K, 42.3K, 786 here. This is your wave C target area. Whoa. It's like the snake coming out of the thing when you blow on the flute. Anyway, distraction. So we do have your wave C target area here. And of course, if we are looking for a bigger 3 down in the 1, 2, 3, we want to see the 1.618 preferably hit, because wave 3 tends to be the strongest, longest, most impulsive wave, which generally goes to the 1.618. So the longer price spends time here, the more bullish it is. But what we are, of course, waiting for is price to range. We're just waiting for a nice range to form, assess the probabilities. We do have a 382 touch here. The 382 is a bit more common for a B compared to B or X compared to a wave 2, which does increase the probability slightly for a C or Y to the downside. The 382, let me repeat, is less common for 2, but not rare. So the 886 is rare for 2. Common for B or X, so the probability difference between the two is bigger than the 382 touch. But then it's about the move that comes after, where, of course, in an impulse, you're waiting for a wave 4. And if we're looking for a wave C, you want to see a wave 4 invalidated by going to the 618. So we're basically just waiting. Now, the weekend is, of course, coming close. The market closes in 2 hours, New York. So, yeah, let's see if we get anything. Ah, you are new. Yes. And that's the reason. Because I don't know if Chris Wu? I just unbanned Chris Wu. So hey, these people did not get the, what's this? 10 new ones. I don't know why, what would provided this link. I don't know. But These are the people that recently joined now. Usually they automatically get the traders tag. I don't know why these people didn't, but I'll check that later. So yeah, my like support here would be the blue box. I don't really have anything here. We kind of passed it. So either we get back above, that would be something. But as long as we don't, I'm looking for the blue box. Maybe one day. I did it in Discord once, by the way, on my YouTube progress. I think the view chart. So this is the channel where I show progress stuff. And I think, oh, here, this was the viewers. So 1, 2, and then we were looking for the 3. I've done that once on the viewership numbers. So fun stuff. She's wait, that's a nice name. You would do good on Twitch. She's welcome. Doing very well. Hope you're doing good as well. Good to have you here. Bullish CVD on the subs. I know, right? Try to join for 10 minutes now. Do you all have new accounts or? Oh, okay. You joined. Okay, you joined with the new link. So that's positive. Zara. Okay, there you go. Yes, that must be you. Let's see if more. Oh, I don't know this. The newest people are always at the bottom, so all of these is just. Look how many have my. You know, I should say I feel honored. Like so many copies. Still low numbers, but stupid. Scams. They can try, but just read the rules and the legal disclaimer, because you know, I never add you as a friend. The moment you see that happening, just ban the guy or report him. After a range is forming. Exactly. Get another push. Most altcoins make higher high structure in the 4-hour time frame. Well, how's E doing now? Ranging around that point of control. Looks more 3-wave-ish than 5-wave-ish. No. Just because your 4 is so short compared to your wave 2 on ETH. Interesting. I also add you now. Okay, wait. One or yeah, send, and you probably send me an email as well, I guess. One or, so I can get you sorted as well for gold. Do I see you here? Probably you must be somewhere in the list, I guess. Maybe even down here. Not always easy. People have completely different names on different platforms. What's up, bull versus bear? How are you doing? Please tell me what the next move is in Bitcoin. Can I enter a short now? I mean, you can enter a short and you can also enter a long. It very much depends on your plan and your strategy. So if your plan and confluences, data, technical say it's a good place to short, and I would recommend to short. If if your technicals and your plan and data and strategy and statistics say it's a good place to long, then I recommend a long. So basically, my recommendation is your plan. So, which time frame? Facilis, 15 minutes. At least for my trading, because I'm a day trader, the 15 minutes gives enough movements, but it isn't too choppy. You will accept me after live? Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, Warner, what is your Discord name? What's your Discord username? Because I can get you gold immediately, so you don't have to wait for that. Bull versus bear. Locally, 50 minutes to 1 hour. I mean, so I use Elliott waves basically on all time frames, from the monthly with the cycle to the 15. But for my personal trading strategy, the 15-minute is my way to go by far. I like the 1 hour chart just because when there's not too much happening, there's less there's less choppiness. So the candles are more calm, which I like. It's a bit cleaner. It's a bit cleaner than the 15-minute time frame. So whenever there's not too much happening or there's no setup forming or whatever, then I like to go to higher time frames just so the candles move slower. It gives me peace of mind. Let me quickly Duke, welcome, man. You just wrote in as well, so we can do this. There we go. Voila. Welcome, man. Willkommen. Welcome. There you go. Just so you don't have to wait. I'll check your email later. I'll respond to your email. I'm not sure if I do it tonight. My fiance has a friend over, so I'll probably join them later as well and have dinner. Yeah, didn't have dinner yet. I've been online for 3.5 hours. I have very depressing. That's not great. Yeah, so bull versus bear. Look, the best thing to do is create a plan, everyone. Is it the time of the stream to explain how to build a plan? I haven't yet said it during this stream. Usually it's a thing that always, I've been at it multiple times, but for repetition's sake of the previous streams, I usually I was like, let me not go in it again, but I think I will. By the way, from an Elliott Wave point of view, right? It's unlikely the move is finished. We don't really have great support here. So personally, I think the blue box is interesting. But I mean, shorting was great up here. If your strategy says shorting here, then you gotta short, no? But if it says long, you gotta long. So it depends on your plan and your strategy. So I think it is time to go into how you build a plan. I add new links. Please add me, brother. The link to the Discord is in the description. Hui. Water. Always diplomatic answers. You must have to join politics. Oh man, I can't. I've never had an interest for politics. I don't even know what's happening in the Netherlands. I only know that Geertje Wilders won the thingy, like what's the name? The votes. What is crypto future contract? Well, as I am more like a trader, I'm not really too I know futures, right, with the leverage, where you basically borrow money, which is I suppose contract, quote unquote, but you can use leverage, use that leverage to open a position with more money than you're actually entering, like your actual budget, where you can add margin as well, but that's basically, I suppose, a small contract in a way. It's just like, yeah, that's it for me. I don't really focus a lot on, I know how to use it. and in a futures contract, I suppose the word contract maybe sounds for me very formal. I think this is what you mean, but it's just that in the future section, you can trade BTC, USD, USDT, any other coin, and you can use leverage up to whatever the platform offers. And you can therefore use money you don't have in a position. So you save money in your account to put elsewhere. So you can allocate positions more. There's in the contracts in crypto are actual special. There's no delivery. Interesting question. I can't really explain it better, I suppose. Isn't the best plan for beginners to hodl? I would not recommend for beginners to just hodl unless they have a very long-term perspective, because if you hodl from 69k, you're gonna hodl all your way and DCA all your way to 15.4k, which is very unlikely for beginners to hold. So I think before even considering DCA or long-term hodling, you need some knowledge about TA or fundamentals, whatever people like to use, or the movements of the chart, or simple support, resistance. Another thing is that if you started DCAing when price broke, what shall we say? When price was at 30k in 2021, and you were like, oh shit, we're going up, everyone and the dog knows about Bitcoin, you start DCAing. Do they have a plan to get out? If they DCA, hopefully they do. But if they hodled all the way to 65k, hodled themselves all the way down to 30k, all the way back up to 69k, all the way back down to 15k, now all the way back up to 49k, and who knows what, like, back again. So hodl is great, and we're now talking about 2.5 years, and your money didn't go anywhere if you hodled. However, if you have maybe like a 10, 20, 30-year plan and you can miss it and you don't think about it and you're not involved psychology-wise when price moves from 69 to 15 and your DCAing and hodling is in a negative and you just keep hodling and DCAing, there might be you will survive, right? Hopefully, if price is going to continue to the upside. But that does mean that the beginner still needs to work on their psychology, and they need to have a strategy. You can't just enter the market without a plan. You need a plan. So even when you hodl, there needs to be a plan. The plan can be 10 years, 20 years, but you got to stick to your plan if price moves from 69 to 15. And I guess that is where many people stop following their plan because they're like, oh, fuck it, it goes down. Where do they sell? At 15k? Where do they buy back? At 49? You know what I mean? So unless you have a solid plan, as a beginner, just buying is for me not a good idea. You need a plan. Yeah, that would be I think that would be my recommendation. And then once you got yourself a bit of a plan, that is when I recommend to, whatever your preferred thing is, if you want to trade or invest long term, that's up to the person. Trading will require more knowledge, more time, takes a lot more effort. The benefits can be a lot bigger, right? Quicker, bigger, but also the risk. So your risk will be higher as well. And especially in the beginning as a trader, usually you lose money. So preferably you have very low money in your account if you are a beginner and you just try to survive and get experience and build a plan and a strategy. and then the budget increases at a later stage. While if you are DCAing, then you just, same shit, different day, different week, different month, where you just put an X amount in, but you still need a plan. Are you able to give us a swing trade? No, because that depends on your plan. It's not there's no, the only thing I do in the videos is provide probabilities, but no entries or, stop loss, take profit, swing trades. The only thing I can do is talk about the probabilities from an Elliott Wave point of view. And that's it. Which is, of course, no financial advice, because I don't click the buttons. I don't care if you lose. I don't care if you win. That's all up to the other person. But one thing I can say is that if you do not have a plan yourself and you look for YouTube videos or influencers or people on YouTube for positions, you are, I almost want to say guaranteed, but very high probability a losing trader long term, because it will be incredibly difficult to trust others when the other people have a solid plan and strategy, they know their exits, but you don't. So emotions will take over. You don't understand the strategy. You don't have the data. You don't have the trust. Yeah. I strongly believe in creating your own plan, which then leads me to talking about it. So, and many people here will, at least the viewers that have been here more often will know, there are, what was it? I always forget 5 or 6, but there's 5 or 6 steps that you have to follow, in my opinion, to build a strategy and be long-term profitable. You're a businessman, or woman. You're an entrepreneur if you want to become a trader. You're not going to get rich quick. Yeah, if you bought sheep when it just started, but or you lose a lot at the same time. But long-term, that's the goal. Here's the steps. 1, try as many free tools as you can. 2, which means the trading view tools or ATAs, right? 2, select your favorite tools based on your experience that you have now and build statistics on the tools. 3, combine your favorite tools based on some statistics and collect statistics on the combination of the tools. 4, now that you have the combination and some statistics, you tweak and adjust the combination. You add something, you remove something, and you try to improve your statistics. 5, start trading your now strategy with a low amount of money and work on your trading psychology, because that's what's going to fuck you over when you actually start trading your strategy. You have so much data and statistics and you start trading it, but you cannot stop getting out too early, taking profit too early, revenge trading. That's what's going to get you fucked. So step 5, start trading low budget, work on your trading psychology. Step 6 is upping your budget. Because once you have trading psychology, experience, a plan based on statistics, you can slowly up your budget to get used to the losses, not the wins. You have to get used to the losses, because the higher your budget, the higher your 1% loss will be, or 2, or whatever your risk is. So these 6 steps are the steps you, in my opinion, have to follow. The reason I talk about these steps is because these are the 6 that I have walked through to become a profitable trader myself. And now in Diamond, right, there the people are trading the strategy that I have developed, but I also here help people to develop their strategy. That's a big, big goal of the channel, is to help people to create their strategy. And there's a lot more to it than what I just explained in a lot more detail. And I have the Excel sheets for collecting data and all that stuff, right? That's the Diamond stuff. But you got to make a plan, right? You can't just enter the market, go to YouTube, oh, he's long or short, and you will lose. You know, save yourself. Might not be what people want to hear, because they might want to hear, can I long or short now? They don't want to put in the work. People love to look for shortcuts. There is no shortcut to be a profitable trader. There is no indicator that you just buy, and with the red dot you sell, and with the blue dot you whatever, and the green dot is buy, and you still, then you spend a lot of money first to buy some random indicator, but you still need to build a plan around the indicator, right? Even with my strategy that people in Diamond use, they gotta still learn it. It's not a signal service. They gotta learn it themselves. I'm not there to provide signals. I do in the morning. I lay out the setups that I'm looking for the day. If there is a setup and I happen to be home and in time, I will post the setup. But the nice thing about Diamond is everyone knows what to look for. They can trade it themselves, but they also track their own statistics, right? And they put their statistics, everyone tracks statistics, they put it in the statistics folder here, right? So I want to see people working on their trading, like Jarvis, for example, here, trades my strat as well. He records his statistics on ETH, on Sol, on Rune, on Bitcoin, and he tracks the data, right? He tracks the data because, yeah. So that's what I recommend. Build a strategy, collect the data. Because I learn something every time. Hopefully, I mean, I can imagine during some live streams, of course, people that are here often, they've heard these steps. Guess it's never bad to repeat them, but yeah, and it's a lot of work. But people try to very quickly look for shortcuts, and I can give a helping hand, and I know my strategy and my statistics. But even if you would trade my strategy, you still need your trading psychology. And maybe my strategy doesn't work for you because maybe you're more of a swing trader or more of a scalper. You're not patient enough, right? You might not have enough time during the day because of your work. Too little setups, too many setups. Maybe the risk is too much for you, or maybe the risk per setup is too low for you. There can be many reasons why it doesn't work. But that is why in Diamond, I'm very also focused on helping people to develop their own strategy so that they have something that they can use for the rest of their trading career. In 5 years, 10 years, they can still develop. And yeah, I then hopefully I'm a part of their success story in a way. I hope it was useful. So, well, while Yannick is moving from gold to diamond. Welcome, Yannick, man. Wait, I can already bump you up, by the way, because because I know you're. Ooh. We also got Diamond Legend. I haven't spoken about that yet, but yeah. Welcome, Yannick. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to Diamond. Welcome to the team. It's a very, very active group, by the way. Very active, especially in the lounge and BTC setups. But yeah, the goal of Diamond is to help people long term, right? Signals, probably, you know, anyone can get them anywhere. It's like it's teaching people to fish. It's not just holding the fish. It's teaching people to become better as a trader, maybe even as a person. We do a lot of we do chatting sessions where in Discord we talk with one another. Yeah, it's just long-term thinking in this space. But that's how I started as well, is short-term thinking, right? When I started, I was also like, oh, you know, Moon Boys. Those were the channels I first encountered. Bitcoin moves up, put all my money in. You know, I had my mistakes. So, but Yannick Granger, welcome to the team. Happy to have you here, man. And if there's any questions, let me know. It would be good to send me a little email still, probably for just my administration. I'll put it down. I mean, let me just write it down. You can also send me an email, but just. Oh no, wait! You have to send me an email anyway because I have to send you I sent you an email because you need to be in the. I need to send you the links as well besides Discord. So we need to be in touch. It was a long thought, I can imagine. But welcome to the team. Let me know if there's any questions as well. Do grave themselves. What's this? Oh, I can't click it. I can't enlarge it. Do you follow any sports? Yes, Formula 1. I'm a big racer. I used to be a professional race gamer myself in Trackmania. If you look for Koens Trackmania on YouTube and stuff, you'll get a lot of content as well. I've been a race guy since I was young. So I don't follow football or cricket, basketball, but I follow Formula 1 for a very long time already. And that is the main series that I follow. Steno Gaming, long, depends on your plan, my friend. Actually, I think you heard the strategy part. So the good thing for the bulls is that price has stopped falling around the wave C target area. So that is something. So the 382, right, retracement, in combination with, let's see if we can get into the weekend while ranging here. That would be positive for more upside. We are still around the golden pocket, resistance above, solid support below as well. Grab the liquidity of this low, bit of a swing failure pattern. Let's see. No bullish CVD at the moment, but yeah, we just remain patient. Looking at this move, there's arguably the argument of a potential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then move up if we're looking for a C. Or if price can move above this box, depending on if we can flip it into support, can be interesting. But if we are looking for a wave 3, you of course look for high volume, big move, right? Because a wave 3 should be the biggest in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 382, little less common for a 2, more common for a B or X. Increases probabilities a little bit that this is a C or Y down instead of a 2. This is your wave C target area, which is where price is now. And the main thing is that we want to see a range, as the range will tell us what is next. Now for wave 3, usually your minimum target is the 1.618. However, the minimum rule is that a wave 3 can't be the shortest, and it is already longer than wave 1 because it wicked below the 1-to-1. So the minimum wave 3 rule is accepted, is solid now. But of course, the common target would be, or yeah, common order or further. Usually minimum target is the 1.618. But what we are waiting for is a bigger range to form. And then based on the bigger range, that is when we get the probabilities out again. But the longer price ranges here, the more bullish it is, or at least the better it is for continuation up, or at least a bit of a bounce to the upside, and then we assess the structure of that bounce. So give it some time. Yes, absolutely. Do grave dump. That's absolutely correct. You can Joel is also correct. HODL gave you about 120% during 2023, which is not bad. That is true. Now it depends on what is your plan, because imagine if price in the macro bear scenario goes back below 15k, then you HODLed your way up 120% and you HODLed your way down probably 70%. And this is the thing, you still need a plan. So if you HODLed from the bottom, what is your exit? What is your plan? What's your strategy? What is your signs of weakness? What are you looking for? What is so you still need a plan, because else you'll be HODLing your ass, just like from 2021 to 65, 30, 69, 15, 40, 50, maybe 30, and that's just a waste of time in a way, unless you have a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, 30-year vision where you hope price is not going to be at 40k in 30 years. But we don't know. Because no one can look that far in the future. So yeah, we still need a plan, but the gains in 2023 from a HODL point of view, if you sold at the top, is great. Or arguably, we sold at the top. I mean, we're higher than in 2023, of course. But you need a plan. But so far, the gains, of course, are great. That's absolutely true. But a plan is always necessary. What's the best way to learn a proper plan? Through the steps I just mentioned. So in a nutshell, try many free tools, build statistics on them, combine your favorite tools, build statistics on the combination, then tweak and adjust the combination, add something, remove something, then slowly start trading it with low budget, then and work on your trading psychology, and then increase the budget. Red vectors will get recovered. I heard about the vector candles once. Economy teacher in high school. Hopefully it was a fun teacher, because else there's a problem here. Can you explain liquidity? So I want to start talking about bigger positions, but I guess I should start differently. Liquidity are pools on the chart. I mean, you can arguably use heat maps and other tools, but you can also just have, I suppose, experience. But are areas on a chart where there are a lot of positions with a stop loss, or where people want to enter. Usually it has to do, and how can I explain this nicely? Because I want to talk about bigger positions as well. So imagine, I need to have examples here. So imagine we have a range and price moves up, hits the range, hits the range, hits the range. What are most people thinking? Fuck, we got resistance. So what then happens? We break above the range. What are people going to do? Buy. It creates liquidity besides, so liquidity, I'm not explaining liquidity. Liquidity are pools of a lot of buyers or sellers in a certain price area. So as price is ranging here, people go short and people go long, right? Where do they put their stop loss? They put their stop loss here and here and here. Where do the longs put their stop loss? Here and here, right? Which means that above the highs and below the lows, as a range continues, it builds liquidity, meaning that above the highs, for example here, you got stop losses of like worth millions and millions and millions, or not billions, of value in dollars of stop losses, because there's so many people shorting or so many people longing, then the stop losses are down here. But a stop loss of a short order is a buy order. So if price moves to the upside, the stop losses get triggered, which immediately gives a very high amount of liquidity, meaning all the stop losses are triggered. So people get out of their stop loss, which means it's a buy position basically. But bigger traders that trade with institutional traders, right, billions in position size at times, or many millions, right, hundreds of millions, they need liquidity to fill positions of that size. A retail trader can enter anywhere because there's always another party to buy or sell against you. Because if you buy $100, someone else sells $100, right? It's a transition between two people, basically. You sell, someone else buys that same position, right? Or I don't want to go in detail, like it doesn't have to be the exact same, but for the sake of simplicity, if you pay 100 to buy, someone else sells 100 to sell. Because it can also be 5 people, $20. But anyway, so you create the liquidity by triggering the stop losses. The liquidity frees itself basically. Bigger positions that need the liquidity of the stop losses, they need to take this liquidity to fill their short positions if they look for a short, right? Because the stop losses here create a buy position which they can sell into, right? They can absorb that. So sell down. What also happens, because if someone buys, you can sell against the buy, right? Because that brings me to point 2. The moment you then move above, in this example, people that short, they might flip long. They're like, oh, breakout trading. No. Then the buy orders, the people buying the breakout, they are buying into the short order of the bigger position. So besides the liquidity of the shorts, like the stop losses are triggered, become buy orders, which a big position can sell into because of the absolute millions of stop losses being triggered. Besides that liquidity being taken, you now also have people buying the breakout, buying straight into potential, right? In this example, the short position of an institution or a bigger player, right? And that eventually moves you then down again. And then you have a nice move. It can be a turnaround of a trend, or it can be something, a decent structure. I can talk about either billions, hundreds of millions, but we're also talking about positions that are 10 million, 20 million, 5 million. They can't just buy and sell everywhere on the chart whenever they want. They need to sometimes look for areas of liquidity, meaning areas of stop losses, areas where you expect people to break out trade or to, fake outs. Fake outs are typical, right? Fake out stuff. And the reason I use that example is because of this. It was great, right? Chaka. Stop losses, move above, grab the liquidity of the stop losses. People are market buying, but it's being absorbed. How do we know? Because we had bearish CVD divergences. What are CVD divergences showing us? Absorption, right? Bearish CVD, more market buyers here than there were here, but price is not making it to the same level. Someone is absorbing the market buys, lower high on price, higher high on the CVD. There's absorption of market longs. That is what we want to see. by a bigger position while also grabbing the liquidity of the highs, stops are out, market neutralized, buyers being absorbed, market moves down. People can talk about news and all that stuff during this drop, which is probably maybe an addition to it, but the move happened here. This is where it started. This is just the result, right? This is where the entries were made. So hopefully that explains in some way liquidity. So yeah, there you go. Paulus de Jong, first of all, welcome here, also in Discord. You can only join Diamond through the YouTube platform. So there's probably a join button below, and then you can, below the video. And then that's where you get all the information of what's inside Diamond. And then, yeah, once you become a member, I can get you in. Can I learn using your Elliott Waves playlist a strategy? Can I can use it. I can probably answer this two ways, but you can use Elliott Waves to build a strategy, or you can just trade Elliott Waves. That's absolutely possible, right? Elliott Waves by itself is a strategy, but you can also use it in addition to other tools to create an even better strategy, right? So I guess in a way, your answer is yes, but you should not trade someone else's Elliott Wave counts. Then you need to preferably learn Elliott Waves yourself, because there's never any financial advice online, and the best thing you can do is create your own plan and your own strategy. So yeah. I've been in the space since 2017, and over the years, you're the only one who explains Elliott Waves properly. Thank you. It brings a smile to my face, as you can clearly see, but that's very kind of you. Since 2017, proper experience as well. I tried to. Thanks for appreciating that, at least, explaining Elliott Waves properly. Yeah, I try to explain the rules as good as I can, so thanks for appreciating that 100x leverage. And welcome again, Yannick. Can you not doing altcoins at the moment? It's also kind of like time for me to go down pretty soon, I guess. Have dinner with my fiance and her friend as well. Fist pump elbow tap emoji .html. Oops. 60k, 10k, 20k, 30k, 40k, 50k, 60k, 100k, 1 million k. The P cycle top indicator is the best for dynamic DCAing on the 3-day or above. Possibly. I don't know the P cycle top, but yeah. Any indicator can work very well as long as you build a plan around it. So you build a bit of a plan, yeah. I don't know actually what they can Google. Buster Channel, what's up? How you doing? Welcome again. Ernest, liquidity refers to the ease at which an asset can be exchanged without affecting the price. Yes, that's a very nice, simple way of saying what liquidity is. I guess I explained it more in trading terms, but this is the same, but more simple. Yeah. What? Well, CVD is an indicator. CVD is the indicator. So and you can find this in Discord or on my YouTube channel. I have a video, but here you have the link charts.aggr.trade. You can check it out. You can download my template here, and this is my one pager where also you can check out the video. But if you look for CVD between my videos on YouTube, you'll find it. You'll find the video. Jared, what's up? How you doing? Abhishek, how you doing? Good to have you here as well. Ernest, new subscriber. Welcome to the channel, man. Stop blushing. Wait, can you see it? Need to put some makeup on my face so yeah, I can hide it. Quick question, where is that 1.618 pulled from? It's pulled from the high to the low to the high over here just above the 0.382. So from here to here to here. This is the 1 hour chart. So from the high to the local higher in this range. Yes. Not doing at the moment altcoins. How's CVD in a 1 hour? It will show bullish CVD probably, but you want to see local strength, right? Yeah, I mean, blue is just tanking, yellow also. But yeah, what you want to prefers to see is strength locally on a, you know, arguably you have bearish CVD, lower high in price, higher high on the 50-minute. Local is more important than high time frame CVD. What's up, Omi? How you doing? Sayat Saleh, welcome. What are you guys saying? Pumping or dumping? Dump. Okay, everyone. We've been online for 4 hours and 30 minutes, 13. Not yet the record, but I'm going to spend some time with my fiance and a friend as well, have some dinner. And yeah, locally, in the description, Harsha Kulati Lake, there's 2 links, bit.ly links under the education thing. So probably I'll look tomorrow to get a better idea. Happy days. But so far, the longer price ranges here, the better it is. This is not as impulsive as you would like to see for a wave 3, increasing the probabilities of a wave C in combination with the 382. But arguably there's the potential that this is a 1, 2, 3 sideways 4, 5 during the weekend, and then go back for a 1, 2, and eventually look for upside. But we'll check that tomorrow. So I'll just wait for the night to hit, and then tomorrow I'll reassess. For a wave 3, you want to see strong continuation to the downside, right? You want to see an impulse, high volume, preferably the 1.618 hit, which is at 41.2. So the longer price can range here above the 1.618 as well, the better it is for bullish continuation. But we want to remain patient here, wait for the range. So short term, with some bearish CVD, I'll prefer the blue box to be hit between 42.3 and 41.9. Bit of bearish CVD here as well. Yeah, I'm not interested in trading this at the moment myself. And look, I have a strategy and a plan, and it's not there, so easy. But then this move down now, it was a bit impulsive, but it definitely slowed down a lot. So it does increase the probability slowly again for an A, B, C together with the 3, A, 2, more common for a B or an X, less common for 2. So that also plays in the hand of bullish probabilities. And if we can then build a range here throughout the weekend and see whatever we get, preferably, of course, the invalidation is taking this low. So without taking this low, we don't want to see this one taken. We could be looking for more upside, but we'll see what the weekend brings, right? So, yeah. So, Buzzard Channel, Polar Bearman, what's up? Sorry, Buzzard Channel, you just joined, and Polar Bearman as well, but it is time for me to do something else. It's been we did a live stream this afternoon of 1 hour 15, now 4 hours 16. Made 2 videos today as well for you lots. So I think we're good on the content side. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate you spending your valuable time on the channel here. So also thanks for everyone subbing here. It's crazy. It's such a young channel, but you guys are going nuts, and yeah, it's incredible. don't know what to say. It's difficult to show the appreciation through a webcam, I suppose, but just know that it's appreciated. Yeah, that's that. Time to enjoy the night. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for another update, 7 a.m. Central European time, or between 7 and 8. Usually it's more towards 8 now. Should update that on my banner, 728 or 7/8. I'm going to catch you during the weekend. There will be another stream, but the next video will be tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Central European time. So thanks, everyone. And trade safe, right? Stick to your plan.